Well, hello everybody. 2 viewers so far. I started one earlier, but I kind of started it all screwed up. I wanted to start over, basically. If anybody wants to come in, let me know. Be more than happy to have you guys in the show. Wanted to have one today and quite possibly this evening, so that we can have a good discussion. Maybe something good can come out of this. Who knows? See if we could get anybody in here today. I have some free time for a while, so I figured I'd do a hangout. While everybody's at school or asleep or running errands. Yep. I think that would work perfectly. Just have to wait and see what happens, I guess. Oh, man. Let's see if we can get us some viewers today. This is going to be my second attempt. Let's see if we can get us a decent show. Yeah, I deleted the other one because it wasn't, worth keeping on my channel. I mean, kind of messed up if you ask me. Just have to wait and see what happens, I guess. Nobody yet. Nobody yet at all. See if we can get somebody at least. Just have to wait and see what happens. Yeah, I do plan on having a show now and one tonight. Because I want to catch all the people that are across the pond too. Let's just wait and see what happens. See if we can get us some viewers. Well, hello, second viewer. Keep in mind, if you guys want to come in, let me know in the chat. Be more than happy to have you come in. It's not a problem. See if we could get us a good conversation going. Be more than happy to have one with you guys. I'm going to have a hangout just in case you're new. I'm going to have a hangout now, and I'm going to have one tonight so that I can, get as many people as possible, because it's hard for people across the pond and in other countries who have a significant time difference. And it's easier for some of them to come into the morning hangouts. Google sucks balls. All right, let me get you a link real quick, and I will send you an invite. Let me get your name real quick, and I'll be able to have one. Let's see here. Get this going. That. Let me get the link for you. Need to get that link. Gotta have that link. All right, man. The link was just shared with you right now. Yes, I just sent the link to you. You should get it. You're a link junkie? Oh, shit. Yeah, I just sent the link to you. Check your notifications. You should have it right now. I just sent the link to you. Check your notifications, that little bell in the upper right-hand corner. Let me know if you got it. So that we can get us a conversation going. You haven't got it yet? You had to have gotten it because I sent it directly to you. Let me know, Google sucks balls, if you got it. You had to have gotten it. I sent it directly to you. Let's see if we can get it situated here. Let's see. I sent it directly to you. So you should have it. I don't know. You should have it, man. Oh, there he is. What's going on?
Hey, John, how are you, man?
Pretty good. And yourself?
Pretty darn good.
That's good.
Yeah.
I'm getting some massive feedback on your end.
Let me mute and unmute.
Let me see.
How about now, man?
Have you muted that player?
I don't know. How about now?
Let's see. No, I'm still getting that feedback. How about that? Have you muted the player that you're viewing publicly?
Yeah, that's closed.
Do you have a pair of earphones?
No, I don't.
Damn. Anyway, how's it going?
Hold on a sec, John.
All right. Hello, Martha. How's it doing? How you doing, Martha? Martha has arrived indeed. Let's see. Maybe we could get this fixed here.
Okay, John.
Okay. Well, we're just going to have to deal with it.
I've done it before, and just by muting and unmuting, it's fixed itself in the past.
Oh, but Google's funny, man. I think Google's funny. Let's see. It's hanging in.
See, now it's fixed, I think.
Hello? No, I'm still. It's probably from your speakers, man, but that's okay. We'll just deal with it.
I'll just stay muted when I'm not speaking. No big deal.
Oh, okay. So what you been up to, man?
First of all, my house is sold. So I'm out of here in a little bit less than a month when escrow closes. Almost certainly going to go through because it's a contractor and they verified the funds.
Well, shit, that works, man. Hell yeah. Are you still planning to go to Hawaii or California? You said first, right?
That is correct. And yeah, I've already spoken to my sister, a couple friends over there. I'll be couch surfing for a little bit while I look for an apartment.
Oh, okay. Okay, that works. Oh yeah, that works. So you're gonna how long are you gonna live in California before you go to Hawaii?
I think I'm going to put in about a year over there. Just get a pad real close to my sister, coach the kids in their sports, my niece and nephew, just catch up with everybody, family and friends, before I finally move out to Hawaii. Because once I do that, it's for good.
Yeah. It would be cool if your whole family decided to move to Hawaii.
Yeah, I'd be down with that. That'd be pretty darn cool. They sure have a life though. Both my teachers are teaching in Los Angeles area. Both my sister and my brother-in-law are teachers in Los Angeles area. The kids are really involved in their sports and stuff. I don't think we're ever getting them out of SoCal.
Yeah. That's cool, man. It sounds like you have some interesting things planned ahead.
Yeah. So how's your car running?
It's running good. It's running real good, man. I mean, I have no problems with it right now. Everything seems to be going good right now. I might have to go dark for a while for specific reasons. But I'm not going to mention that shit online because, you know, I don't I don't really desire to get hit with another barrage of idiocy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, you'll have to find a discreet way to tell me those details because I'd like to know what the hell's going on.
Yeah. Well, to be honest with you, man, it's a very serious issue right now. I'm possibly going to be evicted. So we got our eviction notice yesterday. Because of the car crash, you know, before we got our new car, it costed us a lot of money to get, you know, where we needed to go and this and that. You know, it was financially stressful. And then eventually we got our car, of course, and stuff like that. But because of the fact we had all of these other things we had to pay for, we got a little behind on our rent. And quite possibly we're going to be evicted here soon. So I just wanted to let everybody know that I'm going to be going dark here pretty soon if that's the case for a while.
Well, I will miss your content while you're dark. And I hope you get through it. What are you going to be doing? Looking for a less expensive place or what?
No, we just have to wait and see what happens. This might not even be the case. It's totally up to the landlord at this point, but what I should do when it comes to my channel, I should make about 30 videos in one day and just upload them all for a scheduled release. Oh shit. You know, that way I'd have a month's worth of content for you guys, but I don't know. Well, I'm just gonna have to wait and see what happens. I'm just trying to remain positive, man. You know?
Sure, man. You're just staying barely ahead, huh?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
you know, I've been through the ramen days. I know what you mean.
Martha in the chat says she wants to go to a Fox News orgy. Those family values freaks really know how to get their kink on.
You know, those ladies over at Fox News, I wouldn't kick any of them out of bed for eating crackers.
Especially, what's that one girl's name? Andrea Tantaros?
They definitely hire based on appearance over there.
Yes. I think that's a logical conclusion to come to. You know, especially after all of the shit that's been going on. So go ahead.
I said I was going to step out for a cigarette, but if you're going to ask me something, go ahead, and then I'll step out.
Go ahead. I'll talk to Martha in the chat. Okay, Martha, let's see what else you have here. Touch my titties. Oh, shit. Oh, Martha. I bet you'd love to go to one of those Fox News orgies, wouldn't you, Martha? What's up, Jonathan? You want to come in for a little bit, man? Let me know if you want to come in. Well, hello there, Martha. Did you know Johnny Martha is one of my nicknames? Okay, that's fine, Jonathan. Well, Martha, we're just going to have to wait and see what happens. I'm not sure what's going to go on at this point. Well, you know, hopefully, you know, it doesn't reach, you know, what it's going to be doing now. You know, hopefully it doesn't reach to that point, but we'll see. I'm just trying to remain positive, you know. Pet name. Yeah, Johnny. I am a pet. Well, what kind of a pet am I? That's the question. I live in the state of Texas. My videos are coming along okay, Jonathan. I'm going to be making another one for later on today. I just wanted to have a quick hangout with you guys and stuff like that, you know. So I'm going to try and have one later on tonight too. Yeah, Martha, I do live in the Bible Belt. It sucks. But it's the best that we have right now. For my family and I, anyway. Oh, the shout out video. Yes, I've got 7 submissions so far. Okay. I'm kind of wanting to push it a little bit further to see if I could get some more submissions. I kind of want to get at least 10 to 15 submissions for the shout out video. That's why I'm going to let it go for a while and see if I could get a little bit more so that I can feature people. Because right now I've only got about 7 minutes worth of footage. You know, I'd like to have at least anywhere from 15 to 20 minutes worth. And we'll see what happens. Yes, I did get yours, Jonathan. Yes, I did. I've got everything locked up and ready to go. I'm just waiting for some more submissions. I even created a document on my computer for your names and links to your channels and stuff like that. I've got everything organized and squared away so that when I do make the video, I'll be able to feature everybody properly. My family took me out of town when I was 18 months old. It took me and took you to Canada. Oh, okay. Oh, so you live in Canada, Martha? That's cool.
So, hey, John, I'm back, but I still got that mute. Well, why don't you speak real quick while I have it open?
What's up?
Did you hear the echo again?
Yeah, I think it has something to do with your speakers, man. Because I think I'm hearing your voice on my speaker, hearing my voice on your speakers.
Yeah, so I don't know what the problem is. Usually when I have this echo problem, the echoes, I can hear it on my side too, which in this case I can't. So it's weird, man.
Yeah. We'll just do it like this for now. So you missed my 2,000 subscriber hangout special, man.
I checked it out and I saw that you had a lot of the usual suspects there. That's so cool. Congratulations, man.
Yeah, well, this one that I had wasn't as big as the one I had for 1,000 subscribers. That one, I had a lot of people come in. Bigger people like Wise Apple, who had bigger subscribers. My buddy Redline. A lot of people came in, man. But oh well.
You know, Wise Apple is one of my all-time favorites. She just seems like the coolest chick. I'd love to hang out with her.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of talking with her a couple of times, which was pretty cool, you know. Like I said, I'm going to try and probably have another one probably if and when I hit 3,000 subscribers, you know. And I'm assuming that you're going to get internet when you're in Hawaii, right?
Yeah. I'm going to be just traveling for a short period. I'll be, you know, away from the internet for only a few days probably.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'll be setting up in like my sister's guest room or something, and you know she's got a Wi-Fi router for the whole house.
Oh yeah, well that's what I have. Our internet here, my internet service provider is extremely, really powerful. The internet is extremely powerful. I did a speed test on my internet the other day just to see how fast it is, you know, and I mean the upload and the download speeds are absolutely phenomenal, man. You know, and I'm able to upload a 30-minute video in about a minute and a half.
That is quite impressive. So, hey, John, I just wanted to come in and, you know, get you started while people were filtering in.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go on, get some other stuff done around here. If you're still on in like an hour or so, maybe I'll come back.
Well, yeah.
Just want to say hello,
I'm gonna be
bud.
on for a while. I'm gonna be on for a while, and feel free to come back if you can.
Okay, much love, brother, and I hope a bunch of good friends come in. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Let's see what else we have. Martha says, no family should have to deal with the crap you're going through. Yes, I agree. I agree. But it's one of those things, you know, I guess that's pretty much impossible at this point. Jonathan, I have Comcast. Works good. Yeah, Comcast is pretty good too. I've had Comcast before. And good morning, Christina. How are you? You know. Now, if anybody out there wants to come in, let me know, man. We could have us a good conversation. How about you, Christina? You haven't been into one of my hangouts at all, man. Yeah, I been wanting to do a lot more videos lately, but instead of just pumping them out like crazy, I wanted to put a little more effort into them, which is why I do maybe one video a day, maybe every 2 days, whatever, you know, because I want to spend the extra time to make better videos. You know, I just don't want to pump it all out there, you know. Unfortunately, a good editing software was given to me the other day that I'm going to eventually implement. So I have to wait and see what happens. Only time will tell. So let's see what we got. Martha, I come here often. I enjoy the videos. There is always some evangelical crackpot pissing me off. Well, yeah, same here, man. There's always someone out there. There's always someone out there that's going to do something, you know, never fails. That's something that they're extremely good at. Extremely good at. Oh, let's see. Matt Staver is my target these days. Yes, I just did a video about that guy. Martha, that's what happens whenever someone challenges them and they're thinking, you know? Okay, let's see. Jonathan. Well, see you later, Jonathan. Hopefully you can come by later on, man. I'll have the hangout open for a little bit. Just have to wait and see what happens. You've been trolling, what's his name? Tony Perkins? Oh, shit. Someone's been trolling Tony Perkins. I don't know. I don't watch The Family Guy that much. I really don't pay attention to cartoons. My children watch cartoons all the time. Let's see. Yes, I agree with you, Martha. A lot of these evangelical Christians know nothing about family values. They know absolutely nothing. at all. Because most are evangelical pigs and bigots. Yep. A lot of them are. You know, and the ironic thing about it all is they want, you know, they think that their positions are more superior than everybody else's. When in reality, they're not. At all. Martha, give their address to ISIS. Oh, shit. Oh, let's see here. Kim Davis, yeah, she does. I'm a bro. How's it going? Let's see. Please. Bless my heterosexual orgasm. Fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Let me see here. The only way I'm going to be able to do this, throw my settings on. I need to put in this, click on this, and exit out of this. Now I can actually see what the fuck's going on here. Well, that's good to hear. I'm a bro. I'm glad everything's going good for you. My hetero orgasm. The guy that was in the hangout with me, Christina, he goes by the name of Google Sucks Balls. That's his username. He's a pretty cool guy. He's been around for a while. I have an echo? No. Oh, I know what you're talking about. We're on a delay here. I don't, the other guy was something wrong with his audio. Balls are delicious. Bless the balls. Oh, shit. Bless the balls, huh? Oh, man. So what the hell have you heathens been up to this morning? Come on now, be honest. Now you can tell me. No, I don't think I'd be able to see myself wearing Mormon underwear there, Martha. I think that'd be a little impossible. Stalking right-wing watch. Oh, I see. That's cool. That is definitely cool. Stalking right-wing watch. I've just been watching a lot of videos. Speaking of videos, I was thinking of steering away from religion and stuff for this next video that I'm going to do. I found an interesting video where a bunch of conspiracy theorists are accusing Keanu Reeves of being a reptilian. And they used one of his films from The Matrix to prove allegedly that he is a reptilian, and it's horseshit basically. So I'm going to make a video about it, just to try something different to see what everybody thinks. Yeah, there are a lot of Trump supporters in right-wing watch. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly about that. Oh, let's see. What happened to Christina? Did she disappear? I guess so. I guess she did. Well, today for me, it's been quite nice. Yep, the Illuminati are freaks, Martha. Yes, they are. And the temperature here in the state of Texas has significantly went down. Conspiracies everywhere. Yes, it's like these people can't find nothing better to do but to conjure up some type of story, you know. Well, Christina, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on. Hopefully things won't get that bad, you know, but it is what it is at this point. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. So it's 84 degrees for you, Martha, huh? Well, actually, it's been getting about that hot here where I'm at, too. I mean, it isn't that bad anymore, which I'm glad, because when it comes to the summers here in Texas, I cannot stand them. I cannot stand them at all. Just have to wait, I guess, see what happens, actually, you know. Muggy and Niagara Falls. God, I wish I could go there, Martha. I wish I could go see the Niagara Falls. Now, I tell you what, I did fly over I did fly over a small section of Canada before, back in 2008. I think it was pretty interesting. I saw part of the falls, but I was 39,000 feet in the air, so I couldn't see that much, you know. I like a more personal view of it, you know. When you're up that high in the air, man, you don't see shit. Everything looks like ants and ant hills, and that's it. You spend every summer here and leave after Labor Day. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. So that's basically your summer vacation area where you go to for the summer? You have a home there in Canada, Martha? I know, right? If Donald Trump gets elected, this fucking country's gonna burn. Oh, that's cool. Summer home, right on. That's cool. I would like to go to Florida and places like that again, but you know, when it comes to some of my family, the climate would be a little too harsh for them because they have asthma and stuff. So yeah, it would be kind of hard for them to deal with that type of climate. You know, the tropical setting would be too much for them. Because last time I went to Florida, it was like sitting in a sauna, you know, and the temperature was about 120, humidity was 100%. You know, it was crazy. You know, something like that for, you know, some of my family, you know, it wouldn't be good for them. You know, they would get sick almost immediately, you know, because they have asthma, and that would just complicate things even worse. Let's see. It's really odd. People here expect so much more from their government. Yeah. Well, I've never been to Seattle or Vancouver. You know, I would like to check out Seattle one of these days. But of course, if I go to Seattle, I probably have to wear a gas mask because, you know, there'd be a cloud of smoke from marijuana there. It means that it's legal now, you know. I wouldn't mind shit. Wouldn't mind at all. You know, that Seattle, I hear, is actually pretty good. You know, that's where, let's see, where the Amazing Atheist is going to be moving. Mr. Epsilon lives there. I believe Kazum Fowler lives there in Washington somewhere, you know. Couple of other people that I know live there. I think that it would be pretty cool to meet these guys one of these days. I'm the type of person that really doesn't get anywhere lately. You know, I haven't gone anywhere in a really long time. 2008 and 2009, I traveled a lot. I went to New York. I went to Seattle, not Seattle. I went to New York, Dallas, Florida, you know, Michigan, all over the place. But I kind of stopped doing that shit, you know. It was something that I got out of my system, you know. Not as many religious freaks here, and they have zero political influence. Well, that's good. That is real good. Yeah, maybe one of these days, Martha. Maybe one of these days, luck will come my way, or an opportunity, if you will, and I'll be able to do that. Hopefully. Have to wait and see what happens. But right now, you just got to live day by day and see what it offers you, I guess. Well, actually, when it comes to the state of Texas, Christina, the state has the third largest debt in the country. There's a lot of things here that are absolutely crazy. I mean, they just passed a law recently where you can open carry, which is okay, I guess, because there's a lot of crazy ass people around here. You know, a couple of months ago, a young kid got shot in front of my house and killed. You know, but a lot of people here, man, they're crazy. They drive like maniacs. You look at them wrong, they want to follow you and threaten you and shit. I've had that happen to me a couple of times, actually. All right, Martha, thank you for coming by. Be safe. Yes, the farther north, I agree. More people are open-minded. Yep. I agree. So, Christina, what are you up to this morning? Let me see if I can send another invite. See if I can get somebody in here to talk to. There we go. Okay, now oh, come on, man. I'm gonna have to re-get it, I guess. It's not wanting to work for me, damn it. Let's see here. Maybe I could get it to work. I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to have to do this. What the heck? Come on, man. There we go. All right. Maybe that'll work. Let me get some people in here. Let's see what else we got. Oh, I'm sorry. Christina, you can chat with me, but I can only reply in chat. Is that okay? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You're more than welcome to be here if you want. You know, that's perfectly fine with me. I have no problem with that at all. Let's see if we can get some other people in here. If anybody else out there wants to come in, let me know. See what we can do here. Got 3 watching so far. Maybe we can have a interesting discussion for a while. Get some peeps in here, man. I got an idea. Let's see. I know what I'm going to do. That. Let's get this open. There. Just sent another invite. See who we could get in here. I often wonder why there's a delay. I don't understand. That's fucking crazy. That is really crazy. I'm not sure. Maybe we could Get some good people in here to have a good conversation. I'm up for one. Just have to wait and see what happens, I guess. I tried organizing my circles on Google Plus, but for some reason it's not letting me. I don't know why. I'm not sure. Gonna have to wait and see what happens, I guess. I'm not sure at all. Let's see. I've got a fourth viewer. Well, back down to 3. Back down to 3. Oh, man. Let's see. Well, that's good. That's fine, Martha. I mean, excuse me, Christina. Not a problem at all. Let's see what we got here. Hello, Paul. I sent you an invite. I sent you a link to the Hangout, Paul. Look on your notifications where the bell is at. I sent you a link. I figured out how Paranor was doing it. Feel free to come in if you want to, man. Be more than happy to have you in here. Oh, let's see. I sent you a link, Paul. There we go. We could have a discussion, get something going here. If anybody wants to come in, let me know. Send you an invite too. Not a problem at all. What's up, Paul?
Not much. Just got up.
Oh, that works. Did you make you some coffee?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that works, man. Yeah, I figured out how my buddy Paranor was doing it when he would send out links to Hangouts. And it's a lot easier this way.
Okay, we mean through Google Plus or what?
Yeah, private Google Plus messaging.
Yeah, fine. Yeah. That's the first place I usually look if I, outside of Facebook.
Yeah. Yep. And I figured it out, so I have a separate tab open for Google Plus. And if anybody wants to come in, I just get their name and post a link. And it's certainly a hell of a lot easier.
I'm going through Olympics withdrawal.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Miss watching the games.
Yeah. You're having coffee. You're having coffee this morning, and I am having an energy drink.
Energy drink? I don't. That's just a bunch of caffeine. I'd rather have coffee.
Yeah. Well, with me, when it comes to caffeine, I'm not really that picky. As long as I get that jolt in the morning, man, I'll be perfectly fine. I really don't have any problems with it. So how have you been, Paul?
Like I say, fair. I mean, you know, trying to find out if I'm going to be going down to South California or not. You know, just haven't been in touch with anybody. You know, trying to test. What's going on there?
Christina in the chat says that she finds you to be very interesting, Paul.
Uh-oh. Run.
Yeah.
No, I just I seen, well, my son doesn't know, but I've seen Kubo, the movie.
Yeah.
And I had the, wait a second. And so I went out and got the previous one. I've seen it already.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
Coraline. Yeah, that's a little spooky. A little spooky for kids. Not bad. Spooky.
Yeah. Are there movies, Paul?
Not really. Occasionally, but not really horror movies. No, it's.
Well, there's a new one that come out called The Rings, I think. I think it's another sequel to that whole franchise that they got going on. About that spirit or demon that comes out of the TV and kills people, I guess.
Oh, Trump. No.
Trump. Oh, shit.
Oh, anytime I can say something about that guy, I do. It's on a derogatory note.
Yeah.
All he does is get going hate. You know, that's his whole premise of everything, you know.
Yeah.
That's his mojo. Hate.
Yeah, he's a crazy man. He's a crazy man indeed. Yes, Christina, I have been in New York before. I've been to Buffalo, New York. I went there for a summer camping trip, and I camped out for a week.
I think I was
back in 2008.
I think I was roughly 6. I've been through New York, but that was the only time we kind of went to New York. The one woman was like, you know, a few people from the neighborhood, I guess. Unfortunately, she was afraid of heights, so we didn't go to the Empire State Building. Though I kind of remember really looking up at a real tall building, which was probably it, but there's a lot of tall buildings there. I vaguely remember the Statue of Liberty, and this was at night, because I can remember seeing in the distance or whatever the torch lit.
Yeah.
That was on a ferry boat.
Oh, okay.
And last year, when I went to Washington State, my friend JJ, we went out to the West Coast, and I got some good pictures. I don't know if you've seen them of the ocean. Anyway, that was the first time since then I was on a ferry as we were going there.
Yeah.
That's an interesting area.
That's cool.
Seattle. I don't know if you've ever been there. I've been there a couple times. That's interesting. In a lot of ways, the trees and stuff remind me of Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Well, when I went to Buffalo, New York, there's a lot of fucking trees, man.
Yeah, the whole East Coast. It's a lot like that. People don't realize it, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, Pennsylvania, New York, and all that. Yeah, lots of trees. And you people out here, you know, if you don't plant it, it isn't a tree.
Yeah.
But that's how Washington State is too. At least in the area towards the shore. Then you go past the mountains, and that's where the clouds and shit drop. You know, like moisture's drop there on the left side, and you get to the right side and stuff, it starts to dry out and become like desert. Much more.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, they have farming there, but it's all irrigation. It has to be irrigation or just nothing.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, Christina, your brother will stay in Florida. I think that's a good place to be.
There's a storm coming.
There's always storms coming in Florida, man.
Yeah, but there's one coming. It may or may not develop.
Yeah. Christina wants to know, Paul. She wants to know how you know me. How did you come across me on YouTube?
Couldn't even tell you. Couldn't even tell you.
Yeah. I think he saw one of my videos or something and subscribed to my channel a while back. And ever since then, we've hit it off pretty good.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you, John, because a lot of people, it's like, you know, I just do a search and stuff, and because I ran into a lot of people all at once.
Yeah. And I've had people subscribe to my channel since day one, man. And to be honest with you, I can't remember how we met on here, and it's been that long. In March, it'll be 5 years.
Okay.
That I've had my channel.
Okay, so it had to be after my wife had died, then, because June was 5 years for her.
Yeah. March 15th will be the anniversary of my channel. It'll be 5 years.
Yeah, I say I just ran into a lot. I mean, I have hundreds now, but a lot of them are also people who, you know, do film, you know, do movies or, you know, break movies and shit like that lately.
I'm subscribed to a lot of channels that do a lot of YouTube news, and they talk about comic books, they talk about movies, they talk about politics, they talk about all kinds of different things.
Yeah, well, Chris Stockman, he does movie reviews, and he is, you know, you got to find people who have basically the same taste in movies as you.
Yeah.
You know, a critic, you know, that doesn't have your taste, there's no need to watch it. And you want somebody who gives you the ins and outs. But Chris Stockman's one of the ones I watch the most. And usually if he likes it, I pretty much will like it too. We might not be on the same tier on certain things, but
yeah.
But then there was one girl, I kind of liked her at first, but then she would ask some stupid questions, because if you've seen Superman versus Batman, you know, in the one fight, and I don't know Wonder Woman that well, you know.
Yeah.
Well, of course, she goes way back to my childhood, but she just wasn't my bag at the time. Anyway, and she's in the battle with uh,
Doomsday.
Doomsday, yeah. And she gets hit and blasted off. And she didn't know why Wonder Woman was smiling as she was grabbing her sword to go back into combat. And I said, even I know that she loves to fight. She loves a good battle. So why are you looking at her and go, why is she smiling? Well, you don't particularly know the character too well.
Well, that's because they want, I think a lot of feminists out there, you know, want women to be vulnerable. They want women to be helpless. So when they see these women who, you know, like Wonder Woman, for example, they want to bitch and complain about nonsense, basically.
I got a good picture here. I was looking for it. I'll talk some more, but I just want to drop this picture because it relates to movies in a way. But anyway, no, I get so sick, like I've told you before, of, you know, the old so-called sci-fi horror pictures or whatever, because you always have women in high heels. She was always in high heels, you know, tight dress, and they had to run through someplace outside, and she'd fall, and the guy's got to come back so you can get killed saving her ass, kind of thing. And I get so tired of that. And when I would see a woman who knew her place, you know, not her place, but she knew herself, you know, like anybody should, went at it. I mean, look at, you know, Alien and Aliens and stuff with Sigourney Weaver. I mean, love that character. But anyway, I always get a kick when they say they get somebody for a movie, for a particular part, and somebody say, oh, they don't look like the right person for the part, and blah, 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 blah. Well, you know, in real life, that's not how things happen. Whoever is there is the person. And this is a screen share I'll do of one of the Nazis. There you go. Now, that was an infamous asshole.
Yeah.
You know, now, does he look like a strong figure to you? He looks like a wimpy little son of a bitch, you know? And he was one of the evilest people. So, and I liked him when if you look at the first Raiders of the Lost Ark, they have a character who looks something like him. You know, he's just a mischievous little asshole. You know, he's the one that has her, and he gets a call, what's her name, and gets her in the tent, you know, and he gets that thing and pulls it out, and it turns out to be a coat hanger. But anyway, I get a kick out of people who say, oh, that person doesn't look right for the part. In real life, there is no real person for that's the person. The person you're looking at is the one you get. You know, there's no script. There's nobody selecting who's going to be actor in real life for a particular character. So I rather watch how they perform more than the facade, you know, the veneer of their face, and that, because that's all it is. This is a veneer. Life is I always say to myself, life is a veneer. Everything's a veneer.
Yeah.
You know, you take away the veneer and you go, oh God, look at the guts.
Oh shit. Wasn't Wonder Woman a feminist? That's what I've been hearing.
I really don't care.
No, I was just saying though. I was just asking. I was curious.
She's a strong woman, so you can consider that a feminist. I mean, but I've seen a lot of women who are strong women who are housekeepers. You know, several kids. They bust their ass all day to keep the house going. You know, especially what I usually think about is like the farm woman. You know, one out in the farm. You know, you got to be kidding me. A lot of them are unbelievably strong and you know, people and.
You know, it all comes down to choice, man. If that's what a woman wants to do, that's what a woman does, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, really, I mean, you look at a woman out on the plains in the environment trying to keep a family fed, you know, and doing all the stuff, doing the cooking, doing the cleaning, fighting that environment. You gotta be kidding me. If that wasn't a feminist, I don't know who the hell was.
Yeah.
You know? And I used, when I was in, I didn't get drafted because I enlisted into the Air Force, but I always said back then, draft women too. What's with this? And I would get from guys, oh no, you can't be drafting women, not because of the frailty, but you want your mother to be drafted, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh, it's okay for daddy poop, but not for mommy poop. I was for, yeah, you want to pick up you got women who are snipers and shit. They're capable. I had guys in the Air Force I could pick up and throw around like a bag of beans.
Yeah. Yeah. Right now, I've been watching a lot of news lately, and I think I've mentioned this in a previous hangout that they're bringing the draft for women too. When they turn 18, they have to sign up.
Yeah, I mean, fine. I have no problem with it. If a person's capable of doing the job, they're capable of doing the job.
Yeah.
If they want to give it a freaking try, no matter who, skinny ass guy, big guy, brawny guy, trying to be a surgeon. Oh, I remember reading a guy, he had big hands and stuff, but he was a great surgeon because he would practice and practice and practice on things, small, delicate things, because he had big, bulky hands to do brain surgery. If the heart's there, who am I to say no?
Yeah. TQA, didn't we meet in Godless Engineers chat? I think so. I think so, Christina.
Well,
I think that's where I met you in that chat that Godless Engineer had that one time. Yeah.
Yeah. This, I don't know, that shows up well. I should have probably bought this mug to show Aaron rather to prove who I was. But that's, if you look at that leaf, it's Darwin. I don't know how well that shows up. It's like a silhouette of Darwin in that leaf.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, he came. I should have grabbed this because I know he was he came down 2 years, because I did tell him, and he didn't say much. That I'm the one he got that. Science doesn't know everything, but religion doesn't know anything.
Yeah.
I've been working on a few other little short ones.
That's cool.
They just come out.
Let's see. So thanks to everybody for coming by. That's awesome, man. I'm having a good chat here. Let's see. Now, where did Paul go?
Get a coffee. I'm back.
Oh, okay.
How about this one? All gods are as mortal as the beings that make them.
Yep. They have about as long as a lifespan as human beings do.
That, because how long was our reign going to be? Maybe if everything goes fairly well, a million years or so. I mean, we're going to change. It's just genetic.
Yeah.
Genetics change.
Yep.
Like it or not.
Well, I got someone else that wants to come in. Hold on one second. Sending you the link now. Oops, shit, misspelled your name. Let's see. 1 second. Aha. Okay. Now we will post that there. Click on that. All right, the atheist Jew, I just sent you the link, man. I just sent you the link right now. Hey, Wilder, how's it going, sir? Sydney, let me send you a link, Sydney. I'll send you a link too. It's been a while since I talked to you. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see here. I actually like sending out links this way, Paul. It's pretty cool.
That's good. Whatever works.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just
Sure as hell. It's way better than the way I was doing it.
yeah, just got another notice from my high school that somebody else died.
Oh man, that sucks.
Yeah, because we're not all that old.
Yeah.
And because of my birth date being in February, I was left back 1 year. So a lot of them are like a year or two younger than me.
Oh, okay.
So
That sucks. Yeah, I've been out of school for a while now too, man.
I would say
Not as long as you, obviously, but I graduated in '97, and I've been out of school now for.
yeah. Well, in a few years, it'll be 50 for me.
Yeah. And while I was in school, man, you know what the crazy thing was? Everything seemed to go by fucking slow, man. But the moment I graduated, someone must have hit the proverbial fast forward button, man.
Well, anytime you're in something, especially if you don't particularly care for it, which I didn't particularly care for school. Yeah, it drags because it's like, come on, get this done.
I know, right? I was always wanting to get it done, dude. I was always like, fuck, I hope this shit finishes soon.
Because I wasn't there for social, because most kids I just didn't socialize with.
Yeah.
A lot of them were arrogant. They thought they were really smart, but I didn't find anything smart about them. Or, they like to play school muscles. Or I'm a big guy. Well, what are you going to do when you get out in the real world? Where now, if you do something like hit somebody, you're going to jail.
Yeah.
And then not long after that, within a couple of 2-3 weeks after I got out, I was in the Air Force.
That's cool.
So I had no summer.
Yeah. What's up, Sydney?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Turn my blind down.
What's today? Wednesday? Thursday?
It's Thursday for us.
Oh, okay. Well, it must be Thursday for me. I think we're on the same planet.
I wanted to have an early hangout today so that you guys across the pond or in other countries can come in and enjoy yourselves with me for a little bit.
Oh, good. You gonna hand out goodies?
I don't have any hangout goodies, man. I don't know if I can help you there.
Well, let me give you my PayPal account.
Oh shit. Oh fuck, man.
I got caught. Does that change over into currency?
Well, if you could somehow find a way, Paul, to email Sydney some coffee or send some coffee to his PayPal account, that would be great.
Yeah. Coffee I'm good with, but how about a few months' rent?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right. I have health insurance, so that's taken care of.
That works.
Yeah, my long-term health care, that's over doubling. I'll be paying like $210 for that a month if I keep the one plan.
Wow.
It was like 90 some bucks. And it's been going up a few bucks a year, and all of a sudden, oh, we miscalculated, blah, blah, blah. I said, wow, that's a big miscalculation.
Well, you know what? It's best to live in a country where there's a one time per month medical fee and everything else, and then it's all free after that.
Well, no, see, that don't work that way here.
Well, it's that way here.
I understand it. I pay.
And I live in a country that's the butt of all jokes.
Yeah, well, like I say, I pay $200 and some for my health, but a doctor's visit is $20. You know.
Hold on a sec. If you pay 200, whatever, what's that cover?
Well, it covers hospitalization and stuff like that, but still, if I go into the hospital the first day, it's going to be $500, and then after that, it's covered.
Let me know if I'm feeding
$50 a couple of years ago, and like I say, doctor is $20, but that's been the way it's been since whenever. You always had to pay. I have an HBO or HMO, whatever, and like I say, there's copay for prescriptions, generics $10, I guess, and then whatever non-generic is $20.
Jeez.
So, but I don't have that many prescriptions and stuff. When my wife was alive, I was paying like $300 for prescriptions.
How long's your wife been gone?
A little over 5 years now.
Oh, sorry, man. Sorrow.
The atheist Jew in the chat, I sent the link to you on Google Plus, man. Check your notifications where the bell is in the upper right-hand corner. I sent it there.
We both have a claim to be atheist Jews, except he's official.
Atheist Jews. Well, I tell you, percentage-wise of a religion, they have the biggest atheist group because they don't have a hell.
Well, you know why that is because even though it's the same bullshit, we're pretty much smarter than all the sheeple.
No, they don't have a hell.
They don't have a what?
Right now, who was the first one who went through the clergy project?
They don't have a heaven either.
Excuse me?
They don't have a heaven either.
Right, but they have no the heaven doesn't scare anybody. Heaven doesn't scare anybody. Okay? Hell is the one.
What do you mean heaven doesn't scare anyone? I'm shit scared of going to heaven.
I don't know.
I would never want to go to heaven.
Nobody ever thinks of hell, heaven, as a scary place.
Well, I think
they don't go there. They don't go there.
I would never want to go to heaven if there was such a thing. I'd definitely choose that.
They don't go there.
I go there.
I know. They don't rationalize that.
I don't give a fuck where the Christians go. I want to go to hell.
I want to go to hell.
He's in Amarillo. He's in hell already. So
oh, shit.
But no, I mean that's one of the biggest things because we have discussions every so often. I go to these clubs and stuff like that or whatever, and the people who used to be really religious, that's the thing that hangs around the longest. Is in the back of their head is hell.
Well, they can't give it up. You know it is. They're brainwashed. They're brainwashed from.
I know.
When they're born until the time they go to go to grade 1. There's no way they're gonna if they've been brainwashed so successfully. There's no ways they're gonna drop that.
That's what they're stating. That's what they're saying. I dropped the God thing. I dropped this. But that still lingers in the back of the head. So that's the reason the Jews are so easy to get out, because they don't have that baggage. That baggage isn't there to begin with.
Absolutely. Well, the religious do. Those that were brought up by religious parents and were told that God exists and were told, all the rituals that they have to perform, etc., etc., etc. They still, they won't drop it. They'll still keep some form of tradition and some form of closeness to the I don't know, to the culture or religion, whatever you want to call it. Personally, I think it's bullshit.
Yeah.
It's bullshit until that's the only way you have family. You know, I didn't have a strong religious family. Most of them were Methodist and stuff like that. So it's like wishy-washy. And the next big dropout group of that become atheists is your Catholics. Because when I go to these places, most of them are Jewish or ex-Catholic. Then you have the other ones, but by and large, they're the two big dropout groups.
Hey everybody.
What's up, Atheist Jew?
Hey, I just want to correct the misconception that Jews don't have a hell, and that's incorrect. We have a hell called Gehinnom or something like that.
No, it's called Gehinnom.
Gehinnom, yeah, there you go. Thank you very much. Even what you and I am. And basically, it's not any form of like punishment. Essentially, I guess one rabbi describes it best as kind of like a washing machine, in which that instead of being punished, since God is all powerful and everything, there's no reason why for God to need like a punishment. You know what I'm saying? Because He can make you pure again, and that's basically what it is. It's basically an act in which all your earthly sin or your spiritual sin are washed away essentially through heat, and then you transfer to heaven. So anyone can go to heaven essentially with that premises.
Yeah, I mean, what's the sense of this hell bullshit, to begin with? Because I don't care what people think, you go through this shit about our, jails and stuff, and they're not really set up to get people on track and stuff to speak of. But the thing is, they're set up that, gee, I don't want to go there again, so maybe I'll, won't do illegal shit. That's the premise. Whether it happens or not isn't important. But the premise is, that. So what's the idea of hell? I mean, you go there forever. So what's the point of it? What kind of
story?
Well, a lot of theists would say that that you're a sinner every day. So like since God is eternal, and the human time is different than His godly time. Yeah, I know it's dumb, but that's what they would say. So
it's so silly. It's so freaking silly. The bottom line is so freaking silly. Who set up these? Who set up these? Sins and shit. And then you get the bullshit. Well, we're here to learn. Learn what? What are you going to learn here on Earth that in any way is useful for perfect heaven? What are you going to learn here?
Yeah, because literally in Scripture, being in heaven is essentially worshiping God. That's it. Like there's no you don't do anything. Yep, that's it.
Kiss ass, kiss ass, kiss ass.
Yep.
That's ridiculous.
So when you guys die, you better get your fucking shine box.
Yeah, but the whole thing is here you're supposed to have this God that is perfect. Why would He need anything? The only God that comes up to those premises and stuff is the top Hindu god, Brahman. And in Brahman, everything manifests, everything is a derivative of him. All the other gods come from him. But he has nothing to do with them. They just naturally come off of him. He doesn't give a shit about the universe. The universe means nothing to him. It's just like a manifestation that comes off of his being, But there's no temples to him. I'm not talking about there's M-A, but there's one M-A-N, Brahman. But there's no temples to him because he don't give a shit. To pray to him is to pray to air. It doesn't mean anything.
Well, to pray to anybody is to pray to air.
Oh, I understand that. We understand this, but we're talking about people who got it in their head.
No, I'm just underlining and emphasizing things that people who are a little slow, like religious people, they can follow.
Yep.
It's not so much, they can hold doublethink in their brain so well. I remember reading that when I was in junior high. I was reading 1984, and he had a few good things in there, a few things he was off on. But, the doublethink, that really hit me, because I seen so many people do that, hold two thoughts in their mind, it's true, that conflict.
And doublespeak.
And doublespeak, yeah, and all that stuff.
So that's alive and well.
Yeah.
I mean, just listen to Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, I know, right?
No, she's nothing compared to the other ass. She doesn't even stack up to his level. Because in this state, Colorado, you have a thing called a caucus. We don't, where you go to a school or whatever they designate, and then you go to your districts. And then people in that room will then they will pick a few of them to speak up for their particular candidate before we vote. Now this state won for West Bernie, but anyway, and one woman got up who was a nurse, and she really wanted Hillary because Hillary has done a lot of stuff when it comes to children's welfare and shit, and she's seen it. She's dealt with the whole system. She doesn't know Hillary herself, but she's dealt with all the stuff that's come off of her programs and shit like that. And what do you got from the other asshole? Nothing. He knows how to buy a business and make it go bankrupt.
He's going to build a wall out of taco.
No, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
I know.
You're comparing a politician with results to in politics, and you want a businessman to who's never been in politics to show results in politics. That's ridiculous.
I know it is. Because you don't know how a system works. Good or bad. And please, I wish people I'm talking to you people out there in video land, go to the library, look up books on the 1800s in politics. You want to talk about corruption. Oh my God.
Well,
oh my God. The railroad barons and stuff like that, and you had the coal industry. There's nothing new under the sun. Anything you see, nothing is laid waste.
Go back and take a little trip across the ocean to Europe and see if corruption started in America.
Oh, we understand that part. But the thing is, as long as you have people in play in anything, which you will have, you're going to have problems. Simple as that. The only thing you try to do is to minimize it as much as you can. But, it's nothing new. That's why I get a kick. Oh, we're a big business. Take care of this. Big business. That's still people. It's still freaking people. What are you getting rid of? And if they're going to do stuff for a profit, guess what? The ones that are over are going to get effed. Especially ones that don't have unions. Your criminals don't have unions. Oh yeah, you libertarians, I think you're crazy too.
I kind of I'm more of a libertarian than I am.
Yeah, but unfortunately, let's face it. I've run into libertarians who say, well, big business, they should do this, and they they don't need ropes around them to keep them from going crazy.
Well, you never have to listen to a libertarian what they say. All you got to do, there's one set of principles that the libertarians follow, right? So you go to the website libertarian.org or whatever, and you see the set of principles that they follow, and then you never have to listen to what anybody else who claims to be a libertarian says about anything, because you already have that information from the libertarian point of view, from the correct libertarian point of view, at your disposal, because you've already read it. So whatever any other libertarian says, including me, about libertarian, libertarianism means this, libertarianism means that. It might not necessarily be the case. And I know that in my case, for sure, it doesn't, because I'm a social libertarian. I call myself a social libertarian. I have a social conscience. And I don't see necessarily that libertarianism itself has a social conscience. What libertarianism, I think, relies on is the human condition for that social content.
Well, that's the problem. They don't seem to know or
Right.
grasp the human condition.
Yeah, we're not really a greedy bunch of cunts.
They don't realize
They don't realize that. Yeah.
You have to have somebody in a room watching them.
Exactly.
And they want to get rid of that somebody if you do
Yeah,
that.
everybody has under a libertarian government, everybody has a minder to make sure that they uphold the rules of freedom and free speech.
Yeah, right.
I kind of have I'm
There's
kind of a technocrat kind of guy.
There's being a libertarian is being a realist. I mean, I don't believe that people in general are evil. I don't believe in evil anyway. That's a bunch of bullshit, Until you had beings that can have that concept, there was no such thing. But anyway, you have people, yeah, it's all about me. Then you have people who do share, But unfortunately, a libertarian, no, it won't work. You have to have controls. You have to have controls. You try to have as little control as you need, but unfortunately, how many times have you seen anything with any clubs? Have you ever been involved in clubs? You always have to have little bylaws and stuff because people don't play nice.
Paul, you can't have, just like you can't have socialism exactly like it's supposed to be. Well, maybe Venezuela is a case in point, but at the same time, you're not going to be able to have libertarianism exactly, exactly as principled. You're not going to have that. You've got to have a compromise with a system that you're taking over, and the needs. I believe personally that there has to be a safety net, a social safety net for everyone.
Yes.
And
that's
how my libertarianism is challenged.
I see it on the street all the time in this country. In this country, you see it on the street all the time. If you're any kind of a big area where people are, trying to exist, panhandling, whatever the case is, on the corner, every so often. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. There should be a place that somebody like that can go, at least have a place to call theirs in the sense of bed, and whatever a case is, minimum stuff, and so they have an address. And if they want to get back into society, now they have an address, because if you want to get a job, you have to have an address. In order to have an address, you have to have a job. So you got to break.
No. I think what you're doing is, I think those programs are in place to a large extent. I think the people don't ask for them. They just, and it's not their fault. They feel desperate. They feel that no one's going to help them. They've fallen through the cracks, even though they might not have, and then they lose contact with their government, and then
well, that's the whole thing. The government should be there.
No, that's not true. Let me
finish the whole train of thought, please. I'm not a child.
Well, I'm just taking your
point. There should be a thing where a cop goes by, he sees somebody. Then they can have somebody come in and say, hey, look, over here, blah, blah, blah. Now it's up to that individual to go. They're not going to drag them someplace, because some people are, they have a problem.
I disagree.
They have a problem.
I disagree. I'll tell you why.
Well, we didn't have so much this problem before freaking Reagan got in there and killed the goddamn homes for these people. They had medical centers and stuff like that. And because some of the medical centers needed more supervision for their staff and stuff, I'm not going to be stupid about that. My mother did work at a place in Philadelphia, it was called Byberry. But by and large, they were good institutions where people like that who were on the fringe could go to and have a place to drop their hat and maybe get that help or whatever they need. But we don't have that. In this country, we don't have that. The places you're talking about are far and in between. Far and in between. You know what they were doing in New York City and one time, and even in Philadelphia? They were buying people on the street one-way tickets to Florida. That was the solution. One-way tickets to Florida. At least it got them to an environment that was at least, you know, healthy all year round per se, because there's no real winter. But that's the situation. Please remember what country we're talking about too.
Nah. Okay, can I have my say now?
Of course, I'm getting a coffee. The speaker I can hear.
All right. Just like when you're looking for a job, no one goes out there and says, "Hey, you go out and get a job, and I'm going to show you where to go." Nobody does that. You're on your own when you're looking for a job, right? You might as well be homeless. You know, you could just have come out of college, or you could have just been let go from a job you've had for 25 years, or whatever it is. No one is going to give you a job unless you go and look for one. And I think it's the same with housing, and the same with this. That's the problem with the homeless, is that they don't go when they got nothing. They don't go to the government and say, "I got nothing, help me." They just go to, and I'm not blaming them for doing it. You know, I'm just saying that they just slide into the own reality of Skid Row. I guess that's one of as low as you can go. And maybe there's, and I'm pretty sure there's social outreach to Skid Row. However, people who are there and are, you know, homeless and on that desperate state have experienced something that is traumatic. Nobody in Skid Row has not experienced trauma of some sort. Nobody. So take that into account, and send out your social ministry or your social department to reach out. And I don't think that there's, you know, the money is going to support Afghanistan and Iran, who hangs their gay people. It's just annoying as hell.
You know, I never see anybody ever talking to these people in any capacity of authority. There is, okay, I just went to a place, and I guess something I could check into, get something to do. But there's a place here, it's called The Hub. It's a not necessarily atheist, but it's a thing. And one person there, and when Aaron Law was here, they were talking. And it is a thing for homeless. I should check into that. Then I'll know more about what is going on.
Yeah, what's probably going on is people that do use the system, they probably get registered, and they probably get on a program. They might have been recognized. They might have been referred to a psychiatrist, let's say, and the psychiatrist has determined that they need this sort of a treatment ongoing, and the person who's soon to become homeless starts the treatment, feels better, stops the treatment. And then,
yeah, but, like I said,
that happens over and over and over and over and over again.
we have
Then they drop out. Then they drop out of the system, and they got no more contact with the they're registered, but they're sort of, where the hell are they?
A lot of these people, unfortunately, are not stable mentally. They are not stable. You know, and the problem is we used to have institutions for those people. We don't have them anymore. That's one of the bigger problems.
Yes, they do. They're called churches.
Oh.
You could actually on any given Sunday morning, you could find many groups of mentally ill people hanging out together, specifically on a Sunday morning.
I never see anybody like that at a church. Never.
In
all my life, I've never seen it. This is America. I don't know how it is where you are.
How do you say you've never seen it?
But one person that's just posted on the Facebook pages I go to, there are 30,000 different churches, and I think the estimate was low for how many homeless. They said 200,000, and they say, why don't they have a place to stay?
Well, they got the churches. You know what pissed me off? Yeah, in my where I live, and I live in Vancouver, in Canada. It's a very temperate climate here, but every now and again, in winter, there's a period of it could be a day, it could be a week, it could be 2 weeks of intense cold, where if you're on the streets, you're going to die. And And the churches, every single church that's in existence in this region, with a congregation hall and the space, not one of them opens their doors to the homeless. Not one.
Damn, that's fucked up.
It's all up to the Ministry of Social, whatever the hell they're called.
Yeah. Well, see that I got a couple of places. There's a couple of places in this particular city where I live. They're called missions, and they're organized by churches, and they house a lot of homeless and people with mental disorders who have no place to go. And if the situations are really difficult for the people that have mental issues or psychological issues, we have another place here called the Pavilion, which is a state hospital of some sort for the mentally disabled. And they have church services, I guess. Now, that's the part I don't agree with, because I don't believe people should hold others hostage, hold their food hostage until they listen to a fucking sermon. That doesn't make any sense to me, but, you know, they do have help for them.
Yeah. John, they've been building churches for hundreds of years. So there's lots of churches, and there's very few people who go to them.
Yeah.
So perhaps there's a change coming where the churches can become useful in that they could actually be, every one of them could be open to the homeless every night.
Yeah.
And if they do that, then the churches, you know, in their charitable, wearing their charitable hat, are doing a good thing, because they got the land, they got the space, they don't pay taxes on it, and it's empty most of the time. What the fuck is that? And especially here, a lot of churches are on prime real estate, you know, just prime real estate.
Yeah.
So if every
Libertarian,
country with churches and synagogues and mosques and blah 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 would open up their empty spaces to the homeless every night, I think, just doing that alone would, and giving up the space would be a huge help. And the social assistance part of it, where the government, you know, provides that, and they go out and find people who need somebody to stay. And, you know, there's always one just around the corner because there's so many churches.
Yeah. Sounds nice.
I think that's the way. Look, it sounds nice, but you know, another thing is it's possible, because there are the churches, there is the space, there are the homeless. So all it needs is an activism towards it. And in our quest to change to a secular, to a global secular outlook, I guess, and to put religion really where its place should be, and that's on a dusty bookshelf. We need to come up with the solutions, really.
Well, like I say, I should, maybe this Sunday I'll go to the club, and maybe there'll be some people that can point me in the direction of this other organization, and I'll see what's said and what's done. You know, and I can back to them more of what, because they'll know all the ins and outs. By now, they've been around probably long enough to know all the avenues.
Okay, what do you think? What do you think the impact will be if the atheist community as a whole did a huge reach out towards the homeless and actually went activist towards, you know, the churches? Open your doors to the homeless every single night. Do your job. And if we made that happen, I think atheism has won the morality battle.
Like I said, I have to see what this organization is, and I can get back to you on that.
I'm talking big picture, really.
You know, because I don't know. All I see is
bad about every single
time again,
religious organization with space every night offering it to the homeless. It's the ultimate in
okay. All I can say is
human gratitude and respect.
Yeah, all I can say is, like, right now, the hub that I go to, that's what the name, whatever. They rent that space, so you have other, when you rent a space, especially as a business, that you can't really probably do that with that building because you're renting it and it's not occupancy, not 24/7 occupancy. So that particular, a lot of places or a lot of organizations.
Could you repeat that? 24/7 occupancy? I didn't get that.
Well, like I say, you're renting an office area, which is not really set up for people to stay or come and stay overnight. I don't know all that, but as far as I know, they can't just open the doors at night for people to come in because they're renting that space. So there's restrictions to the renter. The renter sets up the rules and regulations. So, okay.
I'm not talking about churches or renting. I'm talking about actual churches.
Churches
that own their land. Churches that are churches in their own right, and they got a big hall, and they got the space, and they got the little office on the side, whatever.
What's that got to do with me as an atheist? I don't belong to a church. Let me go see this other thing, and I can see what the heck they do.
I'm just talking about one big idea. I'm not talking about your specific little.
The churches, if that's what they could do, why aren't they? Why am I seeing people on the street?
Exactly.
So it must not be happening enough.
Yeah, exactly. If I think the one big change that we could do.
Because I never see anybody talking to these people, handing them a card, or pointing in the direction of, if you went over here, blah, 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 this church or whatever it is. I never see that.
Because people don't reach out. Religion is a lie in that respect. Love your neighbor, help him, learn all this kind of shit, right? There's so much religion out there telling their parishioners to be kind and gentle and help the poor and la la la. But you know what? Look at that. Look out there in real life and see who's helping who. Which of these religious people are helping the homeless out in such a united way that there's no homeless on the street?
Well, speaking of stuff like that, Sydney, I found an article that I'm going to be doing a video on soon. It was about this organization. I forgot the name of the organization, but it's obviously a Christian organization that accepts donations for unfortunate people and people who are homeless, et cetera, et cetera. Well, anyway, there's this individual who is an atheist and who's from an atheist organization who decided that he was going to get together with his friends and donate some money to this organization so that they can help less fortunate people.
Yep.
And it turns out that this Christian charity flat out refused the donations simply because the donations were from an atheist organization. They won't accept them.
So they said they're going to try to raise even more money to make it so it's so big that they will take it.
People like that are an example of the corruption.
Yep.
Yeah, but
because that is a political statement.
I've always said this with my father, and it goes to her. You can have anything you want as long as it doesn't cost this. As long as it don't cost money, you can have anything you want.
What's on the other side of that bill?
This guy here, called the White House.
Let me see. No, who's the In God We Trust?
Yeah.
So that's the White House credo, because it's above the White House, right? In God We Trust. Everybody who's in the White House has to uphold that In God We Trust sort of motto.
Yeah. Well, one time he didn't have to because we had some of the first presidents were about as godless heathens as we were.
But why God? Why not Allah? Allah.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yahweh.
That's what you're told. It's the same thing.
They should have a like God, Allah, Yahweh, Buddha, la la la, Vida, whatever.
See, I was old enough to remember that when that happened.
Fuck it. Why don't they just put Horace on the $20 bill? Fuck it.
Yeah, there you go. I heard it was in like 1954. Is that correct?
What's
56. Sorry.
Yeah, 1956.
56, 57, they started putting on the back because
Yeah.
I have money prior to that. There's no in God we trust on it. The only thing they had in God we trust was the coinage. And the first one was a 2-cent piece during the Civil War, and that was mainly because of, that the Civil War touched pretty much every family. Almost every family had somebody they knew that got killed or really screwed up.
Right.
So that's when it started, unfortunately.
You know what should actually be on the $20 bill? We the people.
Yeah. E pluribus unum. I mean,
Yep.
There
you go. What does e pluribus unum actually mean?
Out of many, one.
Out of many, one. Ooh, boy, that's
many different diversity.
That's smacks. To me, that's anti-individualism.
Yeah, how many, one. I mean, how many? I mean, you have your individualism, but with that diversity, you have one.
Isn't that the communist credo? Out of many, one.
No, because not one society. Out of many different types of people, and they keep their identity. You have one. We come more diversity within a system.
Yeah, but that doesn't work on a national level. That can only work on a global level for it to actually be effective.
Why? We've got all kinds of people here.
If the whole world were out of many one, that would be great. But just America, and then they don't even live up.
Come on, let's not go crazy here.
Oh, come on! You got the big. Look at your jails. Out of many one. Bullshit.
No, that's because they're commercialized.
That's apparently being stopped.
Only in the federal.
Well, it's only at the federal that they are commercialized.
I just put in.
I was down from me. It's down to Houston, and they have probably the largest atheist clubs in the country. Houston, of all places. Anyway, so there was a guy there who's from the Middle East. Of course, he's an atheist, but he's in the Middle East. His family's pretty much not religious and all that stuff. So we got talking a little bit. I said, why is it in Europe you have all these people from the Middle East and they don't assimilate as well? And he says that's because there's not the diversity in those countries that you have here. Where I live right now, I have all types. Basically, all types are living in this community here of apartments, And so somebody coming in can blend a lot easier and get into the system a lot easier because there's a lot more diversity. They don't stand out so much like a sore thumb as they do in Europe, where they... Back in the beginning of this country, too, in Philadelphia, you had Germantown. You had the Italian neighborhood. You had the Polish neighborhoods. You had all the different neighborhoods that got together, because when you come over, you're going to go to certain areas because they speak the same language. I used to have arguments with people. When they used to come here, they had to learn English. Bullshit. It was they learned, the ones that came over learned broken English. The kids were a little bit better, and by the time you got to the third generation, they're speaking English. It takes a long time for people to osmose into the system.
Hold on a minute. I have a different story.
You're from a different world.
My grandparents, with their 6 children, left Eastern Europe.
Yes.
My father's parents, I should say, left Eastern Europe.
Yes.
And arrived as a family in Cape Town, South Africa, in 1930. Okay.
All right.
Now, my father was born in Eastern Europe, but his younger brother was born in Cape Town. Now, in all my life that I lived there in Cape Town with my family, grandparents, we used to go to them every single week for dinner on Friday night because that was kind of a ritual. In all the years, and I was there for 20 years before I fled, essentially. But in all those 20 years, I could not have a conversation with my grandfather and neither with my grandmother. Why? They didn't speak English.
Right.
What do they speak? They spoke Yiddish.
Yeah,
What didn't they teach me to speak? Yiddish. So what I'm saying is I was integrated pretty much as a first generation South African into the culture of South Africa immediately. Boom. I didn't have my religious traditional culture essentially wasn't there. And I don't know why I was not taught the language of my grandparents in order to communicate with them. I really don't.
That's such a normal. That's so normal. Okay?
It is normal, but it's not generations. Is my point.
I don't know how many times in any area that I'm in this country, and I'll see a family, and you have the grandparents. You know, you can look at them; they look like me or worse. And there they are speaking whatever. It doesn't matter what. Getting a little bit of echo, unfortunately. It doesn't matter what they speak. You'll have one generation that speaks their native tongue, and then you have their kid, you know, and you can hear the accent because sometimes he's doing both. You know, he's been the translator for the parents, but he's pretty much broken English, you know, or you can hear his. And there's the grandchild running around. Come on, man, let's get going. You know, won't be taking so long. You know, he's talking English, you know, or whatever area he's in. That's how human nature is. You know, it's the way it is. And like I said, when I used to come over, you had, like I say, now they're all broken up now because many years have gone by, but you had the Polish neighborhood in Philadelphia, you had the German, you had the Italian, you had the different areas, so they come in. But then, because they're right next to each other, within a few blocks, you start getting crossover, you start getting that kind of stuff, and you start getting a blending. And by the time you get to the third generation, it's gone.
Yeah, they've all moved up.
At their level. I mean, it's still got the other, but at their level, that is gone.
Right. Now take a different culture that I'm sure you have in your country, but I can relate to the ones that we have here. We have a couple of cultures. Well, God, I can think of at least two for sure, and four perhaps. That the culture is such that there's a huge big house, and the grandparents and the children and their wives or husbands and their children, they all live in the same big huge house.
Yeah.
That is big in the city or in the province that I live in. So there's many big houses with Sikh, Hindu families living in them, Korean, you know, Chinese, Vietnamese, all these cultures that can live intergenerationally within one, and they're lucky to do it here because it's much bigger. Even though they do it back there in their home country, and they live in a much smaller space. Here they could do it in a much bigger space, so it's great. The advantage they have is that, of course, per capita, per head, it's a lot cheaper to live. So somebody can work a sort of a low-wage job if they get regular hours full time. They're making a good living because they don't have to. They only have to contribute a very little bit towards the general upkeep of the house.
Yeah,
I think it's a great system.
that's the thing that used to be in this country too, is that you would have 3 generations or more, but you would usually have like 2, 3 generations within the household.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, which, like you said, made it. You know, the grandparents, at least they had the family support around them. So as they got older, you know, they were out on a limb. You know, they weren't out. But now everything is broken up. You don't have that anymore to speak of. You just don't have it. Everybody is in their own house. That's the way it is. You don't have, you know.
No, not here. Not here. There's still a lot of residential neighborhoods that are ethnic, that are either being built or houses are being torn down and rebuilt as these monster houses, monster homes, we call them here.
Yeah, you don't see that here.
Yeah, I have even my family, you know, comes from Spain, and when I was a child, we'd have houses where there would be a lot of family in one house, you know.
Yeah, but that isn't so much anymore. I'm not saying it's not there, but it's you gotta look for it. Before you didn't have to look; you were part of it. You know.
Yeah.
But everybody now, that's the whole thing. Everybody now, it's the way it is. It just, they break out. You know, the kids go off, and they go off, and that, you know, cross country, whatever the case may be, and you don't have that family unity anymore, good or bad. You know, everything has its benefits and its, you know, bad sides.
Yeah.
So, well, I think the children of the 3rd generation, for example, that are integrated have a great advantage in that they are able to, if they're going to move out, they're able to afford something, you know, as their first buy, something big, so that they can perhaps carry on the tradition, or just live a much sort of better life, have a better quality of life.
Yeah, tradition. I have nothing against tradition until it holds back somebody.
Until what?
It holds back somebody. You know, like women or whatever the case is. Tradition.
Well, tradition will always hold back somebody.
No, I'm just saying. Me. This is me. Like I say, I see a lot of things. Oh, tradition. This, matter of fact, I just seen real quick glimpse this a little while ago because they were showing Fiddler on the roof. You know, why are we so good? The tradition. You know, but yeah, that's fine until. Ever see what was it? Barbara Streisand, I think, was in the movie Yenta.
Yentl?
Yeah, Yentl. Yeah, Yentl had the wrong gentle.
It was a shit movie.
Yeah, and, you know, you didn't have women in the for the where they would go in and discuss the passages. See, that's what I liked about the Jewish culture per se is they go in and into these halls and they debate what the hell the passages mean. You know, over here is this is what it is.
That's why there's so many different denominations of Christianity.
Well, yeah, but that's a lot of people say because of the no debate so big over here. It's because we have a smorgasbord. You
exactly. It's the biggest hypocrisy. One of the biggest hypocrisies that I can come up with is the Christianity. The debate amongst Christianity will not take place. So they fracture. They fracture into 40,000 different pieces.
Right.
And then they're so fucking greedy and selfish that all they think about is themselves and their little congregation. And now we can look outside the window and see all the homeless people and see how much the churches are helping. Thank you very much.
Yeah. But that's the problem is like my mother, she was a born again. I failed my mother. I didn't bring her into science. So anyway, when she moved down to Florida, it took her about a yearish or so to find a church of her choice. You know, she found one that she felt comfortable in, you know.
Oh,
which turned out to be a Hispanic church. It was so funny.
You know why? Of course, the Hispanic churches will always win because they are so friendly and so welcoming and so hospitable.
Yeah,
Hospitable.
because she went to Calgary and that stuff, and they were like,
Hospitable. What is the right word? Hospitable?
Hospitable.
No. Okay. Hospitable.
That's close. It's English. You don't have to be right on.
Oh, yeah, it's only my fucking first language. How the hell should I know?
It's funny. I have a friend. His parents were Canadian, and just recently they made it so if your parents are Canadian, even if you're not born in Canada, you can get your citizenship in Canada. So he just got his citizenship. Luckily for him, because he went up there and then he had an intestinal problem, so he had some problems. But anyway, right now he's had the last surgery. But I said to him, I said, look, you speak French, their version of French, and English. And I said, which language lends itself to communications better? And he said it wasn't French. French is he says they try to make it more complicated than it needs to be said.
Patrick, where the hell are you?
Yes, Patrick.
East Coast, West Coast.
That abattoir has always got its mouth full, eating its cud.
Nah. Patrick.
Come in, Patrick.
He has to wake up.
Ground control to Patrick. Come in, Patrick.
It takes a lot of effort to move that mouse pointer.
Oh yeah, and then you got to push down on the fucking left.
Oh God, yeah, that's even the worst. Oh, it's horrible.
Not only that, but you got to actually kind of get it to hover over. It's a fucking.
So, what's your nationality per se now? I mean,
Canadian.
I know that, but prior to that, your history.
South African.
South African. Okay. That still doesn't. Okay. Because I'm on 4th Pennsylvania Dutch.
Oh, I'm a Eastern European Jew. Eastern European and German Jew.
Okay.
So Patrick, is something wrong with your audio, Patrick?
Yeah, his mic's turned off. The little Mikey's there turned on.
Unmute yourself, sir.
He could be frozen and will drop out and come back in.
Let me see.
There you go.
He came back in again. I gotta go get a coffee soon.
Yeah, hey, I was just gonna do the same thing. All right, I'll be right back.
Patrick. Patrick.
Hey, you guys, man. I had to reboot, man. You guys are talking shit about me. My God, I have lost all respect for every single one of you. My God, I'm just going to sit here and mope for a minute.
Oh, shit. Who has the TV in the background?
It's not the TV. It's National Public Radio. I'll turn it down. God damn, you guys are so fucking pushy.
Come on, man. Well, you know the copyright shit around here, man. They're sensitive about that shit.
It's fucking National Public Radio. We support them with our taxpayer-funded dollars. Hold on a minute. Fuck.
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. So Patrick, you back at the computer yet? No, he isn't. So what you been up to, Sydney?
Grabbing coffee.
Oh, okay. Patrick, are you there yet?
Yeah, I haven't left, man.
Oh. What you been up to?
Well, pulling my pud 3-4 times a day out in the yard. That's about it.
More than I need to know.
Are you still in Oregon?
Yes, sir, I am.
Well, don't move. Stay there.
Nah, I gotta leave in a few weeks. You know,
Yeah.
my work will be not complete, but continuing. So.
Well, as long as the population is reduced sufficiently as you deem enough, then I think your work will be done.
Well, thank you, Sydney.
And I wish you all success.
Thank you. It's coming. It's coming.
Good. I wish you successful terminations.
Absolutely.
Oh shit.
And I hope that bouts with Tourette's that you've been having lately is taken care of soon.
Oh, fuck. No, it's totally fine. I'm all done with it.
Oh shit, Tourette's.
That's my favorite disease. If I could have anything, if I had to have a disease or some sort of affliction, I think I would choose Tourette's, you know?
Yeah.
How about
And what does that say about me?
short-sightedness? You don't think that would be sort of better, easy to handle?
What is?
Short-sightedness.
Well, sure. We all have a little bit of that,
you know,
Sydney.
you just get a pair of specs and you're done.
Oh, yeah.
Oh shit. So have you come into contact with that loser over there, Patrick, or no?
Not face to face, but it will happen.
That's good.
It will happen.
Is somebody in this story not getting good sleep at night?
Well, who does get good sleep? I mean, fuck, my sleep schedule has been fucked up for so many years. You know, that's why I like coffee.
Well, see, with me, I managed to corral my sleeping habits for now. Let's see how it works.
Mine are so fucked up. I gave up on them years ago.
Yeah. Well, the problem with me is I'm a night owl. I have to be up at night, man, because to me it's so much more peaceful. There's no traffic,
Yeah.
no people fucking around, nothing. You know, it's just peaceful and quiet.
Well, out here it gets really quiet. I mean, quiet. I mean, you can hear the crickets 5 miles away.
Yeah. Yeah. Only problem that I have during the day here is when it's extremely hot, I should say. You get a lot of cicadas flying around, you know, and they're always they're always all over the place, making them fucking loud ass noises, man, and they're annoying as fuck.
That puts me to sleep. They put me to sleep. Sorry.
Cicadas put you to sleep?
Yep. I like the sound.
The only sound I like a cicada makes is the sound that it is when I step on the little fuckers. You know, like crunch.
Yeah.
But then again, I have no moral barometer. Okay, so
yeah,
you know, I like to kill bugs and critters and crickets and shit too.
Yeah. Hey, Lobster, can you do me a favor and turn that radio down, man?
Well, actually, somebody's actually listening to it there, quiet. So, you know, there is no copyright. It's fucking National Public Radio. There's no copyrights. If you hear it in the background and it's making you mad, I really do apologize. But
no, I was just
concerned.
you know,
somebody over here that'll jump through the internet and slap the fuck out of you. She's not in a good mood.
Shit. No, that's just the way that people are doing the copyright shit these days, man. They're abusing the motherfucker.
Yeah. Well, she's listening to the news and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, see, I'm an amateur radio person.
She can do whatever the fuck she wants. It's her birthday.
Yeah, she can do whatever the fuck she wants. It's her birthday. God damn it! Happy birthday, sister.
There it is. Oh my God, he drove it.
Oh my God, the Batmobile's here.
The Batmobile.
Holy crap. Yeah, my sister, her son lives in Eureka, which is like 3.5 hours away, 3 hours away, and he's like a car guy, and he's always looking for new projects. And she found this 1983 Camaro. Hey, I think you might be. Oh shit! Hold on, I gotta go.
All right. Well, that was quick.
But anyway, in amateur radio, you're not supposed to play music. But if it's in the background, incidental noise, it doesn't mean shit. Because I used to test for amateur radio.
Yeah.
BEs. You have to have 3 guys who are affiliated with some organization that the FCC regulates and stuff. Anyway, and I used to get people, oh, I hear something in the back. I said, I hate to tell you, though, it's incidental background music. It means nothing. Get over it. Or I would get on sometime because somebody be playing with the radio, you know, setting up, they're having a problem, or they're checking out their whatever. And I go, yeah, it works. You know, I key up and, yeah, it works. And I go, sign, please, and your call sign. I says, Pisces. No, you're blah, blah, blah. I said, okay, because if you're cordial, I'll be cordial back. But if you have an attitude, I'll lay one on you, if you haven't noticed. And, you know, because you have 10 minutes before you have to sign. You know, you don't have to sign on. You could, but you don't have to. But every 10 minutes, and when you sign off, you have to say your call sign. So,
Yeah.
oh, you got another 9 minutes, and then I'll lay it on you. But we're going to kick back. Oh, how's it sound, or something like that. We could have had a conversation, but you know, you're going to have your head up your ass. I'm going to shove it as far as I can up. Because I know the regulations. Let's not play silly games.
Yeah.
I hate that.
Yeah, I you know, I don't know, man. The way people have been abusing bullshit lately with everything on here, I just don't want to take the chance. You know what I mean?
I know what you're saying, but if they have a wild hair up their ass for you, guess what? So anyway, right now I'm just I'm just making sure you got 10 years when you do your licensing, and I just want to make sure. I think ours don't expire. Me and my sons do 2023, so we're fine. Or we have to renew by then. It's free to
Yeah.
I'll let my license go out. I thought somebody would have snagged it up by now, which is a good call. N3 MAC. Mac. But nobody cleared it up yet. Because you can do vanity calls.
They're talking in the chat about fisting.
Oh, gee. I just went to a website and there's my wife. Oh, jeez.
Some people come up with some very interesting conversations.
Who's this now?
Let me see. Hold on. Martha and Wilder, I believe. So, Sydney, who do you think is going to win the presidency?
Not Thump.
I'm not sure who's going to be running, because if Hillary dies before before the election, or if she wins the election before she gets instated as president, then I don't know what's going to happen. What's going to happen? And I predict that she's gonna die.
Why?
Because there's a lot.
Why?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going around about her health. Yep.
She has lots of problems.
There's nothing wrong with her health. they just showed a whole thing where she had 11 hours, and they showed her picture and somebody who was one of the interrogators in that 11-hour thing. He looked like he was ready to die, and she was like going on like, "You got some more shit to talk about?"
I have no idea what you're talking about. But as far as I can tell,
when she had to go through the whole process of litigation and stuff like that with Congress for 11 hours, she had absolutely no problem with all of
when
that.
the hell was that?
Just a few months ago.
A few months ago is not today.
Oh, gee.
Hello?
She's fine. Nothing wrong with her.
Oh, is she?
She's around my age.
Wow, are you blind, dude?
Yet. Hey, you might not realize it, but see, I'm very, very mobile here. Yeah,
but I think
she's around my age. What about her? She's around my age.
She's 69.
Yeah, I'm 67. What?
She's unhealthy.
Who says?
Well, the fact that she can't climb a flight of stairs.
Oh, jeez.
The fact that she's got this incessant cough. The fact that she's got this neurological situation where she bubbles her head every now and again. The fact that she gets some kind of a when she gets confronted with a whole bunch of people in front of her, she sort of can't handle it.
You don't think in any capacity.
She's not. Hold on, let me finish.
You don't think
she's
in any
not.
capacity.
Hold on, let me finish.
Democratic.
Hold on, let me finish.
Democratic bullshit. You'd have known her health conditions and not put her up.
Let me finish. Hold on. Okay.
Oh, come on, give me a.
You don't think that she, with all these conditions and the stresses that the office of the President of the United States carries with it, you think she's going to actually survive? I don't think so. Besides, she might very well be in jail.
We heard that about what's his name, Vice President for Bush.
Even when Hillary Clinton would shake her head like that, Sydney, when you were talking about that, there have even been some Christians that have put the idea out there that she's possessed by a demon. That's why she does that.
Please, I'm so tired of this bullshit. If she wasn't that bad, they wouldn't even have her up as a candidate.
She's a criminal deluxe. Oh, she's going to be in so much trouble. So anyway, I think Donald Trump is going to rule the world.
Good, he can have it.
He's gonna. If he becomes president, we're just gonna have the incredible opportunity of watching the world burn.
I already stated this before. If he would be elected, within hours afterwards, the Secret Service will come out with a thing to saying, "We don't know what happened to him. He seemed to have disappeared."
Okay, well let's take a friendly bet. I'll say that won't happen.
What?
That if Donald Trump gets elected, the next day he will start becoming president. He will start his presidential duties.
Well, when you're elected, you're not a president for a few months.
Yeah, I'm talking about January the 20th.
He won't make it that long.
Okay, I'm saying that he will. I'm saying that January 20th he will be what's the word, inducted or whatever as president.
I think it's assassin.
All right.
The wrong terminology.
So you're that radical? That you actually would like his life taken away from him? Holy crap! I never thought I'd ever hear that from you, Paul.
Why not?
Because you're such a peaceful guy.
Person. I'm not talking about somebody.
You're a peaceful guy who likes to debate and come to amicable solutions, and now you're talking about the assassination of Donald Trump.
Should I show
Holy moly!
Shall I show you pictures of the bombs they helped load, which helped kill people?
No, I don't give a fuck about
I've been part of.
I don't give a fuck about that.
No, I've helped kill people.
You kill people?
I helped.
So?
I loaded militias. Well, what the hell?
Well, so what?
I'm not innocent.
You helped kill people, so Donald Trump needs to be assassinated.
I'm not innocent.
I don't get it.
I'm not innocent. Never said it was.
Okay. Were you in the military or something?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about then?
Yeah. I used to be in the Air Force back for Vietnam War. I was stationed in a few places, but I was stationed in Utapao, Thailand in 70, 71, May to May. And my team loaded, just the one team, 33,000 bombs within that year. One of many teams in Utapao. Then you also had all the ones in Guam.
Right.
And not talking about all, of course, the fighters and that stuff. And while I was there on base, unfortunately, I didn't have my camera today because I took a lot of pictures. I wish I had a digital camera. But anyway, I took out, and there was a silver bomb, and it had printed on the side of it 3 million. That was just from that base. 3 million bombs. Now, we didn't just blow up banana trees or monkeys.
It said what, 3-man bombs?
3 millionth bomb. 3 million bombs from that one base.
3 million?
Yes.
So what? I'm still not sure.
I said I help kill people. That's all I said. Simple statement.
So what? I mean, I can find you hundreds of thousands of people today who say today that they help kill people.
Okay. So I'm not an innocent person, so I'm stating. I'm not innocent.
You are innocent. You're just following orders.
I could have went to Canada. I could have went to Canada.
Sure, come on up.
I could have went to Canada. Yeah, I have a pension. My pension will transfer.
Yeah, it would probably be well, as long as the American dollar stays strong.
Yeah.
You're
in good shape. But as soon as it tanks, and tank it will if Trump doesn't win.
He would tank if he wins.
You know what? If Hillary Clinton wins, I think the Chinese currency is going to start making a huge bid for being, the go-to currency of the world.
No, it'll nosedive. If Trump gets in, things will nosedive. Our credibility will already go out.
You are deluded, man. You used to be a Christian, right?
Never.
Then how did you get your delusion?
What delusion?
The one that you just said. You said that if Trump gets in, everything's going to nosedive.
That's not a delusion.
Well, it's a failed prophecy.
It hasn't failed yet, has it?
But it's a failed prophecy.
It can't fail until
it is a failed prophecy, because until it actually happens, it's failed.
Well, I hope it is a failed prophecy. That'd be fine. He doesn't get in.
Well, that's every prophecy from time immemorial is a failed prophecy.
Well, that's because we can state things. I can put a date to it.
Although I could make a pretty fucking prophecy that'll stick.
Real quick, he likes to instigate, doesn't he?
It is my prophet. I prophesize.
Yeah, you prophesy.
Tomorrow, as scheduled.
You just told me they all fail.
The sun will rise.
Well, I don't have to listen to you. You just told me they all fail, so I'm not listening.
I still said I prophesize that tomorrow at the scheduled time the sun will rise.
It doesn't rise. The Earth turns. It doesn't really rise. The Earth turns. Oh, you're a flat earther. Okay, never mind.
I'm not a flat earther. I'm a concave earther.
Concave.
Mm-hmm.
Convex.
Yeah, we live in a contact lens.
We live in a contact lens.
Little amoebas in a contact lens.
Oh shit!
I tell you that I cannot believe, because like I've said many a time, when I first got into voting, I liked Arlen Inspector in Pennsylvania, Republican, so I would split my ticket.
Didn't he die in a plane crash?
But lately, no, I ain't splitting it. No, I don't care. I really don't care. It's going to be straight.
Who are you voting for?
Ain't Trump, so that'll tell you.
You going to vote Trump?
The dog catcher would be fine.
The dog catcher.
If you're not going to vote Trump, you might be subject to assassination.
No. I already got a hit squad on him. Don't worry.
Hold on a moment. Well, hold on a moment. I just have to make a phone call. I'll be right back.
He'll have to shoot himself anyway. You know,
You better be careful.
he doesn't believe in losers, so he would have to shoot himself anyway when he loses.
You better be careful, Paul. You know the Secret Service is going to be knocking on your door for those cunts.
I had a secret.
They're not going to be knocking on the door. They're going to come crashing through the window. SWAT teams on
It was
ropes.
funny when I went in the Air Force and that stuff. I had to get a secret clearance for a position I was going in, which is, you know, you got top secret above that, but secret, no big deal. But I came home and leave real quick, and people would, you know, friend neighbors and stuff. You know, the FBI was around asking questions about you and all that stuff. The FBI don't worry me.
Well, that's natural for all countries.
Yeah, it's no big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just coming around to see, you know, how many bombs you made or not, you know.
Well, they're just coming around to see if you're a regular, secular guy.
Yeah, whatever.
Why? Thank you, A. Wilder. A. Wilder in the chat said he's voting for me to become president. So, the Quiet Atheist 2016.
Yeah, put it on your ballot.
I've said before.
2016.
I worked for U.S. Treasury, right? And we had Bush come there one time because remember that one time he had that $600 thing. You know, I made lots of overtime on that running the check wrappers. Made good money. Well, anyway, then they had another push for a rebate. And this time he came to ours. And then after us, he was going to the other facility, I think in Chicago. But anyway, if you see how many people come just to set up a 1-hour event for him to come to, the little platform area that they literally built for him to be on, and all these people with the little clipboards and the whole bit, if you see all the people that are working for you as the president, if you don't want that job, you're crazy, because you have more help than you know what to do with. You're not just sitting there by yourself. You know, you fart and they're testing to make sure you're okay, you know? Because he was coming up and they're saying, oh, he's supposed to be here at 8. Well, he likes to get up later. He sets his own schedule pretty much, blah, 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 blah. And then as we came out after the talk and that side, we're coming out for break time outside. Here you got like 2 or 3 snipers on our building alone coming out, you know, with their guns on the back. And they had other snipers in other buildings around. You know, it's unreal. It's unreal. And that's the reason why the latest tragedy down there in Louisiana, they don't want the president to come in, because when he comes in, airspace is gone. Nothing flies. You know, and right now they have people who need helicopter aid and stuff like that. You know, that's the job, man. That's prime numero uno job. Yes, there's a lot of responsibility, but you got a lot of people behind.
Better watch out. Hillary's possessed by the devil, Sydney. Her head shakes whenever the devil farts. So.
Yes, I've seen footage.
That's fucking crazy, right? Her eyes roll back in her fucking head and everything.
Yeah, yeah. She's very ill. I honestly believe she's very ill. I mean, look. There's an election coming up in November. You got shit happening in the country. You got disasters, the floods. You know, we've got Donald Trump. He's campaigning every single day. He's like in another city campaigning, giving a speech. Louisiana floods. He's there. You know, when something happens, he's there. Where the fuck is Hillary? Where the fuck is she? If she's so healthy, why isn't she out there doing the same thing?
Yeah, and then plus
that.
Exactly. And another thing that I wanted to bring up too, I'm not sure if you're aware of it, Sydney, but North Korea just recently shot a missile from one of their submarines, and it went 500 kilometers before it fell back into the ocean off the coast of Japan, I believe.
Well, then Japan's had better sort of build some kind of a. You know what? You know what?
Wait.
North Korea should be taken out.
Wait, they're hoping they do something stupid. How the hell? What's North Korea going to do? What? In 5 seconds, he's gone. If they wanted to.
Well, all it takes though, Paul. All it takes though.
What?
Is for that little twerp over there in North Korea to get one of his subs to creep up close enough to where he could launch one of them son of a bitches and hit either part of the United States or South Korea or Japan.
You in your wildest dreams think that he doesn't know that if he strikes us, he's a dead man?
Oh, I can pretty much guarantee it, but I think he does.
Unless he wants to die, which I don't think he does, but unless he wants to die, he won't do that. He's not. He can make threats, he'll do whatever the case is, but nothing's going to come to pass. Why would he? Because he knows he's going to die. The first thing to be taken out would be his headquarters and everything around it. It'd be gone. It'd be done. There's no reason for that man to do anything. You know, he's got to make his little threats, you know, keep his little, you know, heart pumping, you know, look what I'm doing. But he's not, unless he's an idiot, a complete idiot, he is not going to hit anything.
His, you know, he might be a little fucking twerp, but obviously his threats are serious enough to get the United States to not feature a movie in the fucking theaters, right?
Oh, that's a bunch of bull. That's the only reaction of those people. It has nothing to do with anything. Matter of fact, it was good publicity for a lousy movie anyway. It was a lousy movie. There was nothing lost.
That's why you had a bunch of North Korean people hacking Sony and releasing information.
I understand that, but that's nothing. That's not. I'm talking about weapons. I'm talking about weapons. There is no way, absolutely no way. Believe me, when that thing goes up, he's hoping it doesn't hit Japan or something. That would be it. China, if it hit China or something like that, even didn't do anything, but just hit it, you know, and sit there. That would give him more than enough reason to invade, kick his ass out. He's on such thin ice, it's pathetic. I remember, you know, again, I was in South Dakota. We used to load the nukes on the B-52s there. And we had like 6 planes out at the time. I won't say how many bombs, but it was 24. And they're all about 1 megaton. Now, this is years ago, so it's no thing. But our squadron, the ones who worked on the nukes themselves, were so good that they imported from other bases bombs for them to work on. That's what you get in the service. If you do a job real good, you get dumped on with more work. You don't get no pay for it, no extra pay, but you get more work dumped on. And I remember being in one of the igloos, and it had 7 trailers in it, and they're all quad packs. That's megatons of bombs.
I got a guy in the chat, Paul. A guy in the chat says that the North Korean dictator wants a diplomatic chat with Paul.
No. He's a retard. He is a retard. I'm surprised that the other ones around him, they must have no guns or anything. I can't believe they just haven't even beat the shit out of him. Unless they got such a cushy job.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, he can turn on them on a dime. He's shown that already. He's knocked out all kinds of people.
What is your position on this stuff, Sydney? What do you gather from it?
What stuff?
About North Korea and their stupid ass shit that they're pulling.
They're a joke.
Listen to this. North Korea is ruled by short, chubby, young, little Hitler.
Yeah.
Now, he will be taken out pretty soon.
Yeah.
One way or the other. Now, again, I want to emphasize that the North Korean ambassador to the United Kingdom, who was so trusted by the North Korean regime that the ambassador had his wife and son with him, his family, has defected to the South Korea. So this is right at the very, very, very top. It could only be the beginning of a crumbling regime.
Oh, it's definitely crumbling because they have nothing. They've sucked it all into their one thing. Their people were starving. I feel so sorry for the people. You know, people are starving there.
Yeah, all the elite and the top people over there are getting all the fucking food while the rest starve to death, man.
I really feel sorry for those people. Terrible.
It's kind of fucked up, you know.
Not kind of, it is.
Well, yeah. And I'm not sure. I think as far as our leadership is concerned, I think it's a fucking clusterfuck here in this country. This is the worst election process that I have ever seen in my entire life.
Well, let's go back to the 1800s. You know, at one time there was no such thing as a general, not a general, but a primary. You know, nobody but the party itself decided who they were running. Had nothing to do with the general public. The general public then voted between the parties of who they put out there, who they're going to vote for, if they're going to vote for a party. Okay? So, to me, it's like, just bring that back again. Get American politics out of that part. That would shorten the damn whole cycle of, you know, elections right away by months, year would take off. Just let them select whoever they want to begin with and put them out there. Get me out of it. Get me out of that loop.
Well, it has to involve the people too of this country, man. You know, they just can't make choices.
No, it didn't start out that way. I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, but it is now.
Yeah, well, bring it back. Well, I'm saying me. What you wanted to fine, but to me, get the people out. We don't need it. Just don't need it.
Yeah.
Look what the hell got in there, because they didn't have control over it. They had the people have control over that election, the Republican side. Look what they put in. It doesn't look like a good selection to me.
Well, see, in the beginning, believe it or not, I was actually for Hillary in the beginning, but I started to learn a lot more about her and what she's doing and stuff, and I very quickly changed my mind, and I chose Bernie Sanders. And unfortunately, Bernie Sanders didn't get into the position I wanted him to get into. And you know how crooked the fucking system is. The DNC themselves, due to email exchange back and forth, that they wanted to oust him as being a fucking atheist so people wouldn't vote for him.
That's what I'm saying. Get that part of the election out of there. Just stop it. Just get it out of there. Just let them select who they want to put in there. Fine. Then we make our decision from there.
You know.
If they're going to, because there's no laws that regulate that. That's the bottom line. There is no real laws to regulate how those elections are done. In the general election, yes. There's a lot of people watching what's going on. But in the primaries, no. That's all run by the parties themselves. Unless you bring the government laws into the primaries, I don't need it.
There should be fucking laws. People are getting away with too fucking much.
No, because it's not regulated. It's not regulated. It's their bullshit. There's no regulations until you make regulations on it, which they're not going to vote for.
Of course not.
That's the way it is. I'm not saying it's good.
Yeah.
You know, I don't like gravity, but it's part of my life.
I don't like gravity.
Okay? I'm just being realistic about it, you know? And then the problem is the primaries are not really regulated in any capacity. You can vote for whoever they want. If they don't really like the person, they can tell him. They're just too scared to get. And I said, no, we're not supporting him in any capacity. That was their own fault. They should have, right from the get-go, and he says, oh, I want to come in. They said, that's nice, goodbye. They could have done that right away. Just got that out of the way, tossed them out, and then brought the ones they wanted.
I tell you who they should give a shot to is fucking Gary Johnson, the former governor of my home state.
Well, it's kind of late for that.
Yeah. He did rise in numbers there for a while, but I'm not sure what his numbers are now. But as far as Hillary's concerned, god dang. She has more scandals than hairs on my ass. Wouldn't you agree, Sydney?
Let's have a quick look at your ass again.
Huh?
Let's have a quick look at your ass.
Oh no, I ain't gonna share my ass.
How am I supposed to agree or not agree if I haven't seen the hairs on your ass?
What are we BSing about now?
You know, normally I don't want to sort of make assumptions or lie.
I was, hey, Sydney, I was actually speaking in hypothetical terms there, buddy.
Now you're sounding very biblical.
I'm glad they're going to take this bozo off the 20.
Who's that guy on the 20?
Jackson.
Well, they're not really taking him off the 20. They're putting him on the back, and they're putting Harry.
That's where he should.
Who is he?
Where he should be.
What's his claim to fame?
President.
Number?
Oh, I don't. Wouldn't be too high. What?
Okay, so what is it that he did for the country?
Excuse me?
What did he do for the country?
Oh, he was in a few battles and all. He was a real bastard. Look him up.
To who?
If your skin color wasn't right, you'd find out real fast.
So what was the difference between him and George III in being a cunt?
Well, we didn't have to keep him around. He eventually disappeared. You ever watch the last day of Bush's presidency when he was sitting there as Obama was being sworn in?
No.
Take a look at that. You never see such a downtrodden person. I mean, his head was down. He wasn't even there. He wasn't there at all.
You know what? He wasn't there when the 9/11 events were happening, when he was sitting in the kindergarten in Florida and he was told by his aide that America was under attack. He just sat there staring just the same way.
Yeah. But no, but if you look, you know, he was not the decider anymore. I love that.
Well, that's fine because he always made the wrong decision.
I'm the decider. Oh.
But I think he thought that his younger brother was going to become president, you know, like next in line. Not going to happen.
Jeff would have been more humanistic than.
He would be more of a pussy. He's going to be like
You
him.
want to call that humanistic? Okay, whatever.
He wouldn't be humanistic because there's still fucking homeless on your streets. You cannot tell me that you have a humanistic government when you have homeless on the streets. I'm sorry.
That's at the state level.
And I include Canada in that as well, and every country that has homeless on the streets. They are not humanistic. They are not humane. As long as there's one human in your country that's experiencing distress, mainly because of the of government policy, then I think they're not being humanistic at all. Because I believe in the individual really very much, and if one person is being tortured, then everyone's being tortured.
I know what you're saying, but I'm going to be realistic about it. It's not how it works.
I
Well,
understand that, but
it should work.
if you're just going to sit here and talk about how things work, that'll be very boring, wouldn't it?
Okay.
Because we all know.
See what Jeff Wag is. You don't even know who Jeff Wag is, do you?
No.
He was pretty big on the JREF, which is James Randi. You know who James Randi is, I hope.
Of course.
Okay. Because he was a friend of mine. Or maybe
James Randi was a friend of yours?
Yeah, I used to live down that area.
Wow.
Yeah, I know James.
Did he teach you any tricks?
No, because I wasn't a magician. So, but he had a couple underlings, and one young kid. Boy, he grew tall, and if you did anything, I mean, he would help people. You know.
I know, he's a fantastic fellow.
I know the first time I went down to Florida, I got in touch with him. I forget it, by email or whatever the case is, and I said I'd like to come visit. He says, "Oh, doors are always open." I'm paraphrasing there, and so I went down to the foundation, knocked on the door. Linda answered. That was the secretary, and he spent almost an hour with me, just BSing, talking and that stuff. And then as I was leaving, he says, "Oh yeah, end of the month, the last Wednesday of the month, if I'm available, they have a monthly meeting, and it's open to the public." And that's 2003, I say 2004-ish, 2005. But a few years after that, it was usually about 15, 20-ish people, usually same people over and over again, but every so often a new influx. It started to nosedive, and all of a sudden me and my wife would be maybe the only ones there and shit. Then all of a sudden, whew, he took off again. And in his library where they would have the meeting, I would kind of leave to let somebody new sit down because I've heard the stories already. So there's nothing for me to do there. And then he started going on the tours and stuff. And he went over to Europe. He went to Scandinavia, whatever. Anyway, they said, we need a hall of about 1,200. 1,000 whatever people. And they're going, oh, you don't need one that big, blah, 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 blah. So he goes over. It's a small one, about 300. And there's like 1,200 people outside pissed off who wanted to come in and see him. And that happened a lot of times, a good showing for him. But he's getting up in there in age. He's backed off, and he doesn't have nothing to do with the JREF or anything anymore in any capacity because, he's around 90-ish.
You know who I would like to see become president?
Me.
Someone like Sam Harris.
Somebody, see, that's the thing. Bush has a non-learning curve. Not Bush, excuse me, Trump. Well, both of them really. They have a non-learning curve. You got the flat line, which they have that's their brain waves, flat line to begin with. And then what should happen is time goes on, you should learn more and more. Well, they have a non-learning curve. As time goes on, they seem to know less and less as they open up their mouth more and more. Just look at Trump. I mean, the only thing every time I hear him speak, it's hate, anger, hate, anger. That's all he's got.
Yeah.
Did you hear his speech in Austin?
No, I don't listen.
Then why are you telling me that he's talking anger? I listened to his whole speech. I listened to his whole speech, and all you say to me is that he speaks anger, and I listened to the whole speech, and we have two different opinions.
Speak, but I can certainly get enough people on my Facebook page to point out to what he has said. So already getting input already. I'm getting
You're
up.
not.
And that's
I listened to
what
his
I can
speech
say.
2 nights ago.
Because
It
see,
was live.
I cherish my
It was
TV.
live.
I cherish my TV.
It was
And that's why
live. You
there's
cherish
no-
your TV. Your TV's lying to you.
No, I cherish my TV. That's why I don't have any bricks around here. Because I don't need to pick up something and throw it at it. Should I watch Fox News? 30 seconds.
No, don't watch Fox News.
Watch
Watch
Fox News.
Donald Trump's
I'm bringing up a subject here. The reason I don't watch Fox News is because in 30 seconds at the most, I hear him lie about something. Okay? Or misrepresent.
I think you're
But
you're
that's
an
the
old
same
fuddy-duddy
thing.
because
That's
what
the
you should be
same thing with
doing.
Trump. I don't need to listen to somebody who's so stupid. Every time I hear a clip of him talking, is no, I don't need.
That's not the way you judge. You judge the news. Well, how you do is you go to the live, you go to the rally,
The only thing he does is
speech,
hate.
you
And
watch the
you know what
speech.
the real big problem is? It's not Trump. The real problem is, like anybody who understands this shit, is the people who are following. Who's the fool? Who's more foolish, the fool or the people who follow the fool?
You are the fool because you criticize Trump without even listening to his speech.
I have heard him. I've heard him.
I
Nothing
look
has
the latest speech he
Nothing
gave.
has improved.
Excuse me,
Nothing
Paul.
has
Excuse me,
improved.
Paul.
He's
Excuse me,
on the
Paul.
same level.
Excuse me, Paul. Excuse me, Paul. I haven't finished.
Okay.
I haven't finished. I didn't ask you to talk. I said I was talking. But the last speech I heard from Donald Trump was like a couple of days ago out in Austin, Texas. You have just mentioned that Donald Trump talks in a certain way. There's certain things that I did not hear in the speech he gave 2 days ago in Austin, Texas. So where are you getting your information from?
I think he stepped out for a minute.
Of course, of course, he's got nothing else to say. He didn't listen to the speech. Yes, he's giving a review and a commentary on the speech. I am very sorry.
One speech does not a person make.
What the fuck does that mean?
Well, I'll get a dictionary for you.
Yeah, please do, because that really makes no sense.
One speech does not make a person's personality.
So I didn't say one speech did. I listened to the last speech. I didn't say.
I'm so sorry. I act like
You're being an asshole. I didn't say. Paul, you're being an asshole. Stop it. Shut up. Let me talk.
Sweetheart, I have to.
Yeah, okay, sweetheart. Just sit down and relax. I never said the speech from Austin was the only speech I'd ever watched of Donald Trump. I just said it was the last one I watched. But I heard you saying things about Donald Trump that weren't true related to the speech that I just watched Donald Trump give 2 days ago. That's all I'm saying.
How much stupid am I supposed to take before I walk away?
As much stupid as you are, I guess.
Okay, whatever you say. No biggie.
No, but anybody who gives an opinion about something that they have no experience of, then I call that person a BS. I call out your bullshit.
Anybody who freaking talks down to people who've lost its son and that stuff.
Oh, boo. Wait till I get my little violin out.
Why should I listen to a child? Or not? Wait.
I'm older
I know
than
why.
you,
I shouldn't say child, because one time I was watching Ted, and they had a kid there. He says he hates that expression. So I shouldn't use child, because that's an immature asshole. Well, how long do I have to listen to an immature asshole to know that, he's going to turn something? Oh, give me a break, please. He's got
John, what do you think?
I myself really can't comment on the speeches because I'm a cord cutter. I don't have cable. I just have, I don't watch the speeches. I do get bits and pieces.
Excuse me, I watch the speech on the internet just as easily as I can, and you can right now. If there's a speech, it's on the internet.
I understand that, but like I said,
let me know.
I understand that, but I haven't watched any of the speeches. I just get bits and pieces, here and there. But I haven't watched the speeches in their entirety, and that's my fault.
No, I haven't watched each one either. But the one I watched 2 days ago had no indication of the type of temperament that Paul said Donald Trump had.
Like I say, one speech does not a person make. In other words, one point of view, or one little episode, you got one little point, and you don't, you only have a point on a graph. What does it mean? Absolutely nothing, unless you have other points to show.
You have no right to make
one
any
little spike of
observation
kindness.
considering.
One time he goes up to the puppy and he doesn't kick it, does not mean he's a nice person. Oh, speaking of puppy, I hear one.
Oh, that's my neighbor's dog. Yeah, that dog can get rather loud when it's fucking barking like crazy.
So anyway, next.
I don't see anything copyrighted.
No, it's just a regular dog from the neighbors. It has nothing to do with copyright. It's not on TV. What were you gonna say, Sydney?
I'm not sure. I think I was being interrupted.
Oh. Yeah, well, like I was saying, it's my fault. I should be listening to these speeches more often to become more informed about things,
No, if you're going to make a comment on something, then be informed about it.
Yeah, because I just see bits and pieces here and there about speeches that, all of the candidates have given since from the beginning, I did watch some live commentary on Bill Maher's channel where he did a live show during the RNC and the DNC. And I just got some bits and pieces of information there, but I never really watched the things like I should have, And that's my fault. I have myself to blame for that one. Because when it comes to things like this, I should become more informed with what's going on, But like I said earlier, Sydney, I think that the elections this year, they're fucking nuts, man. It's the craziest I've ever seen them in my lifetime.
What's the craziest?
Huh?
What's the craziest?
This year's elections, Paul.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. And I used to remember, like when I had Barry Goldwater and stuff, and the commercials going with that. And not that he was nothing compared to this asshole. Nothing at all.
I think,
like I used to split my ticket. I pretty much, I always voted for a Democratic president because it's my grandfather one time, who I am named after, and so is my son. Well, anyway, had stated, please point out any social programs ever been enacted in the 20th century, I'm not going to go back to Lincoln, that had anything to do with the common man. None. It's been a business orientated thing for decades.
No, but one of the things that I don't like about Hillary, and I'm going to be honest, is the fact, see, when Bernie was running against her, he was pushing for what other countries, I believe Sydney's country has the medical care that he was fighting for when it came to America. Hillary doesn't want that.
I understand all that, but oh my goodness, but she can change her position. See, this is the whole thing. The sign of intelligence, one of the signs, is the ability to take in new information and work with it, and maybe learn from it. So let's see what happens, because I already know where the other person's coming from. He's clueless to how the government works, and unfortunately, in this country, to do anything, you got to compromise. Ever watch the Civil War done by Ken Burns?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Ever get a chance? It's a good series. Anyway, you had one guy in there. I can't think of his name offhand, unfortunately. I liked him. He's gone now. But you know, people. He says people in America like to think that they're non-compromising, but they are very much, because you have a lot of different areas in this country that have a lot of different interests and stuff like that. So to get anything done, you have to compromise. It's the way it is. You want something, you know, I'll wash your back if you wash mine, that kind of stuff. That's the way it is. Doesn't mean because I understand it that I think that's the way it should be. See, that's the whole thing. To be in, not saying I'm in that boat, I don't want to get anybody up, but to understand another person's point of view doesn't mean you agree with it. And that's the problem we have with too many people. They think just because you understand somebody's idea of why they're doing something like that means that you're automatically in favor of it. No, I'm not. I'm just pointing out how things are. But anyway, in this country, you have to compromise because you have a lot of different areas, a lot of different needs by a lot of different people. You know? And that's the problem. When you, and the thing that Trump is, the only thing that he's brought out is he's shown the people who don't understand that, who are clueless, so effing clueless that they cannot put themselves in somebody else's shoes. They've never walked in anybody else's shoes. That's the expression used to go. Walk a mile in somebody else's shoes. They're not there. They don't see it. If this would, you know, all these people who are, oh, you know, children's rights, I mean, you know, to be born and all that stuff. But as soon as it costs them this, they don't know who the hell those children are. As soon as it comes to their education, their health and welfare, blinders go up. They don't see them no more. And that's the ones that are behind Trump. Just look at the road, you know. And you have somebody who's walking up a flight of stairs, a black man, and he's at one of the rallies and stuff, and a guy sucker punches him. I've never seen that in all my life of any.
That happened under a black president. I hope you realize.
Under him, was he in control of that situation? Did he?
He's in control. He's in control. He's commander in chief, my friend.
That? Did he encourage that?
He's the commander in chief.
Did he encourage it?
Did he encourage what?
Somebody to punch somebody else, and he'd take care of the legal expenses. Trump said that he would take care.
What's the difference? What's the difference if he encouraged it or not? He's the president.
No.
Yes, you have a black president, and
enough of your mind. I'm done with your mind games. I'm done with your mind.
The country has fractured along racial lines under a black president.
I'm muting the mic because I'm done with your mind game.
What a sore loser. You know, that's the problem with people who just can't stand. They can't stand being wrong. I think it's maybe a PTSD problem he must have had from, you know, I mean, he's killed people, right? So it must be on his mind every second of every day. He must be feeling really bad about that. I, on the other hand, have never joined an army. In fact, I've fled armies and I fled the draft for armies in order not to have to be in the position to, not so much to kill people. I don't think I'll kill people, but to be shot at or bombed or whatever. No, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. It's fuck.
But he's got a problem with having killed people. But you know what? He volunteered for the army, or he was drafted, or whatever. He could have, he could easily have not done it if he had the motivation. So I'm calling him out for being on PTSD or something, unless he's been treated for it. And I'm full of shit.
I think Paul lived.
Well, I should hope so. He left with his tail between his legs, as a sore loser, because he was caught out in an exaggeration. That's all. All you have to do is, you caught me out in my exaggeration.
Are you getting an echo, Sydney?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard you twice. Never mind. My bad. Must be hearing
Maybe,
fucking things.
No, you sure? Check it, check it, check it, check it. Testing, testing.
Yeah, you're working good now. It's just it must have been my imagination or some shit running wild. Oh fuck. I don't know, man. I think when it comes to Hillary, man, I think she is fucking terrible, dude, you know. Ugh. Well, we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens. But I think, you know, I actually think right now I saw some recent results where Hillary apparently is ahead of Trump now. I'm not sure how accurate those results are or that information, but we'll have to wait and see. Just see what happens, I guess. Is there someone operating a saw near you somewhere, Sydney, or something?
Probably outside somewhere across in another.
Yeah, because I keep hearing it. It's not a problem.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can change the. Maybe does this sound different?
Yeah, you sound pretty good actually.
Is this better because I've put on unidirectional?
Yeah, you actually sound pretty good there.
Is this better though than before?
Not better. Oh yeah, your voice sounds a lot better.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, it does. So, does anyone else want to come in? Hector, do you want to come in and have a chat with us about this stuff? Anybody else want to come in and drop their 2 cents into the conversation? Let's see here. What's up, Jonathan? Hey, you want to come in, Jonathan? All right, here, hold on a minute. We got someone else coming in, Sydney. Hold on, let me get you a link, Jonathan. Okay. Let's see here. Sending you the link now, Jonathan. All right, let's see. Link. All right. All right, Jonathan, just sent you the link. Oh shit! So how have you been, Sydney? I noticed you were in a couple of hangouts. Oh, Paul, you came back. Thank you for coming back, Paul. I noticed that you were in a couple of hangouts. How have you been?
How have I been?
Yeah.
I've been in a couple of hangouts.
Oh, okay, but how have you been? How's your health? How have you been at home? How's your life been?
Oh, my health is, I believe, excellent.
That's good to hear, man.
Physically, that is.
Yeah.
Upstairs, we're not so sure. Yeah, I have a fairly stable routine of. It's not a perfect routine for the West Coast.
Yeah.
Because I don't do the get up at 7 and come back from work at 5, and I get up and I walk the dog when it just happens. So, it's summertime. It's beautiful. I wish it was winter so that it would be dark and cold and dank and dreary.
Well, see, I like the fucking winter myself. Way better, man.
Yeah, me too.
And I'm the type of person, like I said earlier when I first started the hangout, where it'd be 2 degrees below zero outside, or even 2 degrees, and I'd be outside in a t-shirt and a pair of fucking shorts going to the convenience store, and I have people looking at me funny. You know, you're fucking crazy. What are you on? I just like the fucking cold, man.
Exactly.
And it's just, when I was living in Colorado, for example, I used to be a part of a charity team, called the Polar Bear Club, and we used to dive into icy lakes for charity and stuff. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, they do that here every New Year's Day at noon.
Yeah. And I used to have a good time doing it. Now, I wouldn't stay in the fucking lake forever, but, I do it for the charity and then get out, but it was cool.
I'll jump in a bathtub, warm water for charity. Ice water, you can have it.
Oh, I didn't understand what Paul said.
Well, I deserve a dressing down because I was talking about Paul after he left, so I need a response.
Oh. He should be back here in a second. I think he went to go do something. I don't know. But I sent you the link, Jonathan. If you're out there still watching the video, I sent you the link on Google Plus, man. You should be able to come in. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, Jonathan should be coming here in a second.
Well, I just got my wrist slapped by Martha. Sorry, Martha.
What did Martha say?
She said, "Ease up. You're not being very Canadian."
Oh.
But I'm not Canadian. I'm British Columbian.
British Columbian.
You're a foreigner. Shut the hell up. I said I would jump into a warm bathtub for charity. I ain't jumping in no cold water.
Oh, well, cold water ain't that bad, Paul.
Oh, yes, it is. I hate cold water.
Cold didn't bother me until I hit around 55. And after 55, cold wasn't just cold, it was painful.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, when you jump into cold water, things start to fucking shrivel, if you know what I mean.
That's the easy pain.
It's because the chlorine eats away at it.
No. Believe me, if I could move the warm weather from Florida to here, I would. Then the people here can bitch about 90 degrees. Because I get a kick, it's like 20% humidity maybe. I have to look at what's today's humidity. Which is nothing compared to Florida. There it's like 80%, 100%.
I would hate that. I'd become a serial killer or something.
Start killing people because it's too fucking hot.
It's too hot. Fuck, everybody deserves to die.
And be like that fucking guy from Dexter, man. Have you heard of Dexter?
Yeah.
120 degrees, and you're over there killing people because it's too fucking hot. Fuck it.
Well, it's a bit high for here. It's up to 48%. But in a few days, because it rained lately, I'll be back into 30, 22, 21% humidity.
Yeah.
Up where I used to live.
Oh, we just had some huge news. Headline. Hey, this is a scoop. You heard it here first, folks. Martha went to college in Vancouver. Ha! You heard it here first.
Oh, right on.
Big news.
That's cool.
No, it's not. It's bullshit.
Come on.
Dexter Morgan, 2016. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Let's see here. I don't know why Jonathan didn't come in. I sent him the link. I don't know. Oh, well. what was I gonna bring up, Sydney? I forgot what the fuck it was. It was something about Trump. I completely forgot. Maybe it'll come to mind again.
Yeah, the humidity there is about twice of what it's here.
Well, see, here in Texas, it gets pretty fucking hot during the summer, man. The hottest that it got here about a month ago was probably about 120, 115, 16, up to 120, I believe.
Not even close here, or even in Florida. But it gets up to 70-some% humidity in where I used to live.
Yeah. Do you think that the ocean itself could be playing a factor into that?
Of course.
Yeah.
But then, like I say, it never got over 100 when I was there. Never.
Yeah.
Because of that ocean breeze. I was maybe 6-7 miles from the ocean.
When I was there in Florida, I only lived about 11 minutes away from the ocean.
Yeah. Yeah, I could say 6-7 miles. You know, it depends on the traffic, but yeah. But I hardly ever went there. This is the first time I've been so landlocked.
Yeah.
Because I used to be from the Philadelphia area.
Well, see, I can't live in Florida's fucking expensive, dude.
No worse than here.
I mean, damn, the place that I was living in Florida was like fucking $1,500 a month.
Where were you in Florida?
Sarasota.
All right. Well, that's a bit more. I have a 3-bedroom. I'm paying around. Well, I got 2 parking spots. That's $25 each, which is a cover park, and that saved me about 3 weeks ago or so because we had a hailstone. It wasn't that big of hail, but it was pinging some people's roofs on their car. Little pings. But I have a parking spot that's covered. Well, anyway. So my rent's going up to $14.90 with $50 for that.
There are many instances, Sydney, where I would actually wish that I could live in Canada instead of in this country, you know.
I can't think of one instance where I would rather live in the United States than Canada.
Disneyland.
Not one.
In Disneyland.
I'm kind of reclusive anyway, so I'd rather be a recluse in Canada than in the U.S.
Well, see, I'm the same way. I basically stick to my family and myself. That's it. I really don't associate with that many people here where I'm at. I just go back and forth and do what I gotta do and pay attention to my family and do the internet thing. That's it.
See, that's the thing about today too. But then I've seen it the other way, where you had people who are much more into their neighbors, But you know what you had then? Gossip, unbelievable.
Yeah.
It was like when I was a kid, I was in Levittown, PA, and man, the gossip that used to go around about people, and you would hear it, and you go, that's not what's going on. It's unbelievable. So people knew each other more, but boy, were they stabbing each other more in the back too.
Yeah.
That's one reason I left the trailer park. Because my son lives with us, and my son and my wife, I mean, we were, tight, man, and they were very tight, They went to a lot of things, and people were saying things about them. So that's one reason I got out of that area too, because I didn't like that bullshit. Nothing's going on, but they had shit going on between my wife and my kid, and they call themselves Christian.
Yeah.
So that's been here almost 2 years now. Next month it'll be 2 years.
So what do you think about Denver, Paul?
It's fine. I've been around cities. It's fine. Where I go to, I could say the hub. When I come back home, I drive through pretty much center Denver, and it's nothing. I mean, it's filled up, but to me, you know, I get a kick out of people. Oh, the traffic. Yeah, it can get bad stuff, but they don't know what a congested area is. Because in no time, like I say, I'm at the southeast of Denver itself. I'm still in the city because there's a bunch of other little cities here. And I drive that way 20 miles, and I'm into the sticks. I mean, there's nobody.
Yeah.
And you're like in Pennsylvania and Philadelphia, from Washington, D.C., below it, up to above New York City, it's just one big city.
Yeah.
Compared to what people are used to. You go outside of Amarillo, what do you have? Probably nothing.
Sydney. Martha says in the chat, let's see, there's no Trump in Canada, so that's a big plus, but Sydney is there.
Good. She can fuck off and go back to the States or stay in the States. Promise you we won't miss her.
Oh, shit.
I mean, you know, a lot of places, because when I was stationed in Wichita, Kansas, you just went outside the city, nothing, you know, farmland. But I had an interesting story. A friend of mine, he had a vomit, you know, a Comet, that car. Who the hell made it? Chrysler? I don't know. Who made the Comets? But anyway, he used to always like to drag race, and one day he threw it into second, and he lost it, you know. Second went away. So we had to get another, you know, took his transmission out, and there was the one gear all chewed to hell, or that and the other gear was against. So he says, okay, there's a place around here you can go and get, you know, parts. And this is Wichita, you know, 300,000. I'm used to, like I say, millions. So we drove outside the city for 10, 15 miles, and we pull up to this, you know, barn, practically, you know, farm thing, but a barn. And a guy who's getting the part goes out, talks to this farmer, you know, Mr. Green Jeans, and he points into this building. So we go inside it, and it has, I've never seen a junkyard so well organized in my life. You had those little paper bins that you fold up, you know, with different gears and shit in it and all that stuff, you know. And I'm looking at it, I couldn't believe it. Everything's categorized. They go in there, they pull that transmission out, and they do it. You know, you don't go out to some field and try to find your car. It's already in there. So we sit, and he looks at the gear. Oh, this is such and such. That's in the big barn. And I'm looking at this, and it wasn't that big. It's 40 by 40, but it's stocked. And then we go into this other building. It's off this big, long barn that had to be like 100 yards, no exaggeration. And we go into a side shed compared to that, which is it's about 3 times what we just left. And the guy goes in there, and he looks at the gear. He says, yeah, we got this. And he says, you know, it's one of those ones you got a gear and a bunch of other, then you got a shaft. And he says and he gets another gear, and he says, how do you know? You didn't count it. He says, you just look at the shaft, and he says you can see where they come back, and the tool touches up on the shaft before it does its cuts and stuff, and you just have to match that. You know you got the same one. But everything was clean and stuff. They had engine blocks. And I said, what the hell do you have in the big building, a Saturn V? I couldn't believe how well this was organized. I mean, it was Class A. But being in the middle of nowhere land, it was Class A junkyard.
Yeah.
I was absolutely impressed.
That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, we came into that room, and like I said, it was engine blocks all lined up, all stripped out, just the blocks, no pistons or anything, just the blocks, transmission thing, you know, just empty, you know, and like I said, you can go in there and get what you needed. I mean, it was no fly-by-night junkyard. Because usually, you got to go to a junkyard, go find the car, drop out the transmission. I thought, oh boy, this is going to be fun. Huh. It was great. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it.
Yeah. So yeah, Sydney, I found a new way to, like I said, to give people the link, so I don't have to put up with that sniping bullshit, man. It's actually pretty good. So if you ever want to come in future Hangouts, just let me know in the chat, and I'll send you the link. That goes for anybody out there. If you guys want to come in, let me know, and I'll send you the link. I ain't gonna put up with that bullshit anymore. It only happened once, and once was too much, as far as I'm concerned.
Did you ever see the guy who's Arab, atheist?
Who?
Oh, let me see if I can find his thing. But he does in his native tongue and also in English. Well, Islam and that stuff.
Are you talking about the Pharaoh?
I don't think he goes by that name.
Oh. Then I'm not sure who you're talking about.
Well, like I say, he does 2 videos. One is native, and he does one in English.
Yeah.
Maybe it is that. But he's pretty good. And he
would. Huh?
Yeah, he wears almost like he's a hitman costume.
Who's wearing a hitman costume?
The guy who does the videos.
Oh.
He looks like an Arab terrorist in a sense. He's dressed in black. And of course, he's dressed in such a way that nobody knows who he is because of where he lives.
Yeah. Huh.
He's got to be incognito.
Yeah. I'm not sure who you're talking about, Paul.
Yeah, I know. I got to find him. I got so many videos. It's pathetic.
Yeah. I am not sure. So what other topics do you guys want to talk about, Sydney? Is there something that you want to talk about? Sydney? Oh, Sydney. Oh, Sydney. He must have stepped away from his microphone for a minute. Oh, man. Yeah, here in about, I'd say, about another 10 minutes or 15 minutes, I'm going to shut down because I got to go pick up kids from school. So, yeah, I just wanted to have a quick hangout. Then I'm going to have another one tonight if you guys want to come in.
Let's see what's what.
I was going to make a video. I might just make a video and post a video too,
Yeah, I just haven't.
Yeah, when are you going to make a fucking video, Paul?
No idea.
Think about a topic that you really are passionate about and make a video about it.
No, there's lots of them, but
I think it would be good to see a video from you one of these days. Maybe one of these days. I won't push you too hard, but hopefully I get one from you.
damn, I can't find this guy. He just posted something not long ago.
Yeah. Let's see who's in the chat real quick. How about you, Hector? You want to come in for a minute? The quiet atheist, duh. Oh, man. Let's see here. Maybe he'll come in if I send him an invite.
You know, it's funny. You know, a phobia is an unrealistic fear of something. You know, something that there's no reason to be fearful of it. So how is it when it comes to Islam, people think that you shouldn't be fearing of it? Well, it's shown. Excuse me?
Are you saying that? So, what is your official stance on Islamophobia? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, because it is a realistic fear.
It is. It is a very rational fear.
Yeah, so it's not really a phobia.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Every time, you know what's pretty interesting to me? Every time that I talk about Islam on my channel, I lose subscribers.
You would think it would be the opposite.
Huh?
You think it would be the opposite.
Yeah. I don't know. I realize that, you know, what I do on my channel isn't going to make everybody happy. Not everybody's going to agree with me, and that's fine.
You got to make the video for yourself. And
Yeah.
if anybody wants to listen to it, fine. If not, fine. That's their problem.
And I got a couple of videos that I want to do here pretty soon. But there's another one where I'm trying to figure out, I don't know how to do it, but I'm trying to figure out how I can link a PDF file in the description so that everybody can see it. Because I downloaded the PDF file and I want to link it in the description so that everybody can read it for themselves.
Do you have Dropbox?
No.
It's free. You can get Dropbox. Then you can put stuff in one of the directories, which is for the public, and then you right-click on whatever, and it'll give you a link to that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I might check that out.
That's one way. You know, like I said, I have a Dropbox, and sometimes if I can't get anything, then I'll put it in there, and then I just right-click, and it comes up. You know, one of the choices is, you know, make a link, and you right-click on that, and then boom, and then paste that, and it links to that Dropbox.
Yeah.
I'll look for that guy later. But,
Yeah.
Can't think of his damn name, unfortunately. But I say public thing. I just show you what I'm going to do. Basically that now. And okay.
So Sydney, are you still doing that show of yours?
Yep.
Oh, okay. What is the schedule of your show? I would like to watch one of them. I know I've missed a couple of them.
Well, I haven't really been keeping to my schedule, but it's Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I just did basically what I was saying. It's in the side chat there. It's a picture of me, Aaron Raw, and my late wife.
Oh, okay.
Just click on that.
Believe it or not, believe it or not, Aaron Ross said that he'd officiate my wedding.
Yeah.
He's a nice guy. I really like him. I disagree with him on something when it comes to feminism, but that's just, you know, I'm not going to dislike the fucking dude because of his stance on feminism. I think that he's an extremely intelligent individual. You know, I just disagree with him on one topic. You know, that's it.
It's because the things are going now with it are like, you know, it's like Steve Shives, you know, it's his way or the highway on that, you know, and then he talks as if men are completely privileged, where I have a nephew who lost custody of his children, and his wife was a drug addict, known to the court to be a drug addict, and he lost the children to him, to her, because, man, and she said he did things which he did not do. He was, you know, so. But she was known to be a drug addict.
Oh, okay.
So if you click on that, it should come up with a, but that's using Dropbox.
I totally lost respect for Steve Shives and a lot of other people, if you will, you know, who shall remain nameless, because I'm not going to give these fucking idiots platforms.
Well, he was fine until he got on that thing too. You know, it's like no compromise, completely. Yeah. You know, and he got boisterous when he was talking about it, doing his video. Very. It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Well, one of the things that I dislike about Steve Shives is the fact that, you know, he'll be extremely loud in his videos and assert his positions and you know, just sit there and blah, 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 blah. But he's not allowing anybody to disagree with him, man. You know, he'll immediately fucking block them. That's it.
Yeah, I think that's because he has one of those things that automatically looks for key things and what somebody says without even reading them, and it throws a block up. It's a normal.
You know, see, with me, I'm different. And this has happened to me in the past. If someone in the comment section were to tell me that I should drink bleach, that's their right to say it, but that's my position. You know, I realize that everybody's different when it comes to comments that are being made, but when it's me, you know, I'm different. If someone says, you know, that kind of thing in the comment section of my hangouts or my videos, it's their right to say it. You know, that's just me, though. I can't expect everybody to feel the same way. It's just me. The only reason that I would block somebody, and I have done this in the past, is if, you know, they start to sexually harass my female subscribers. That shit I don't go for. That shit I will fucking block quick.
Yeah.
But if you want to call me a fucking dickhead or tell me that I should drink bleach, well, you're well within your right to do it. I don't care. I realize that everybody's not gonna fucking like what I have to say, and I can't expect everybody to like it. You know.
This is the thing about a lot of things. People say about drinking bleach. Okay, this has nothing to do. But at one time we had in the Hatton, I still lived up in Pennsylvania. We had plastic cups, and I used to drink a lot of iced tea and stuff with them, and know how to get stained.
Yeah.
So what I would do sometimes is take a whole bunch of them and pour some bleach in them and fill them up with the rest with water to bleach them out. Well, one day my wife needed something real quick because she was choking, and she grabbed one of the cups and she swallowed it down, and that was one I didn't really dilute yet. And she, oh my God, what was that? And she happened to drink bleach by mistake. You won't believe all the people, even when we went to the hospital and make sure everything was cool, because you can't drink some and be fine, they automatically thought she was trying to commit suicide.
Yeah.
You would not believe. And I explained exactly like I just explained it to you, what I do. And like I said, I just put the bleach in. I hadn't got around to filling in the rest with water, because you don't need that to be that strong to bleach them out.
Yeah.
Even our neighbors. Oh, well, it's automatically fly to a conclusion that had nothing to do with the situation. You will not believe it. And like I say, when I hear people say certain things, yeah, I have experience with that.
Yeah.
People fly off the handle right away. They look at the worst possible conclusion. It was like we were being harassed in our house by the local kids. Well, eggs being tossed at the house for the longest time. And right away, the first thing that came out, people, well, what did you do to the kids? They just didn't like my kid because my kid was not one of the in-group. And you have all these assholes who just happens to, oh, it's pickle and such. But right away, I was the problem. What did you do? I didn't do a damn thing. I don't know any of the kids here.
Yeah.
And then we moved out of the house. That's why I sold the house, because it was getting to be too much for the family. I said, that's it. I'm out of here. Sold the house, moved to an apartment. Then I moved to Florida. But while I was doing a class for amateur radio, one of the women there, she came and I was talking between break time about the situation, because somebody had asked me where I was and stuff. And she looks up and says, "Oh, he's dead now." I go, "Dead?" Yeah. He had a couple buddies, and they shot him up with heroin, and he OD'd right off. So one of the other ham guys, he was a school teacher, says, yes, when I was talking about what happened to the kid, he says, yeah, a lot of stuff, this is like 15 whatever years ago, what was hitting the market or hitting the streets was very pure heroin.
Yeah.
And you have people who are on heroin, they know how, they're on it for a while, they have built a tolerance, blah, 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 blah. And what happens is you get somebody, and they're shooting them up with doses that they're used to, and then they get some that's clean stuff, knocked him right out.
What's up for Ben Tinker?
Oh, speaking of heroin, Dan.
Oh, good. Just trying to get the mic set.
So how have you been today? Up to no good?
Oh yeah, the usual. Just waking up, just doing some stuff.
Oh, okay. That works. So any new projects in the works?
A couple. I'm trying to render out a couple videos, and so far that's what I'm doing this morning.
Oh, okay. That works. That definitely works. So have you contacted Atheist yet?
Oh yeah, I did, and I asked him to talk to the other person, and hopefully they can do a debate with each other.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought it was you that wanted to debate him.
I already did that, and when I debated him, I got more than I wanted. I learned what his stances are on morals and cultural relativity, and the surprising thing was when I was debating him, I learned that he believes that morals don't ever change, despite the fact that I've proposed a scenario where, like, what if, let's say you take a city, you put all the narcissists and all the psychopaths there, and take out everybody else, and he still believes that morals don't ever change, and that's an interesting position he has. So
yeah,
it was a learning experience for me.
Well, I thought you were going to talk to him about that recent video he made.
Oh yeah. I've yet to talk to him about that one. I made a video about it, but I've yet to talk to him about it because Atheism Plus sort of stuff doesn't exactly work in the YouTube sort of stuff, because they always they always include attaching some sort of dogma within that little label. Plus, not to mention, he thinks that the groups of atheists will work together, which I don't believe that they will.
Cats?
Hmm?
Cats work together?
Oh, no, groups of atheists.
That's what I just said. Cats. Atheists. Herd of
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're like a herd of cats, man.
yeah, and I tried to explain that already, that you can't expect these groups to work with each other, especially with the SAW community and the rest of us. There's going to be more infighting, and I warned them that if there's going to be a Atheism Plus 5.0 thing, that's going to create a wedge in that community, and I've already warned him about it, but I don't think he understands that.
The first time I heard of Atheism Plus, I said, no. There's no need to put another qualifier on.
Atheism,
What are we talking about?
atheism plus. Wait, hold on. Atheism plus minus plus divided by 2.
Hmm.
You know, this is what the Christians have done. You go back 20, 30 years, roughly. I can't give you the exact date. But they all were Baptists, Methodists, whatever it is. Okay? They all came out as those groups first. Then somebody got the smart idea, or whoever, and said, no, we'll just put ourselves under the banner of Christian. So then it became big. Because before you had all these different factions. So, you know, that's what you have to do. You got to make it as simple as possible. So they just say Christians. So just make it atheist. Don't put no qualifiers on it, because then you start to faction.
Yeah.
And that, no.
Well, guys, here in about 3 minutes, I'm gonna have to shut it down because I gotta go pick up kids from school. So.
Oh, they can walk.
Yeah, my 5-year-old niece can walk from school. Yeah.
Hey, I get a kick out of this because up in the Northeast, I don't know the whole Northeast, school doesn't start until after Labor Day.
Yeah.
And the main reason for that is because it's still warm, and also it's a 3-day weekend, so families are off. You know, in other words, they can go on vacations real easy. You know, add a day to it or whatever the case is. But they already have 3 days, so maybe add a day before or after, whatever the case is. They make a 5-day weekend, and then you're all collective, you know, and school doesn't start to after that, so there's no problem. That's why I understand why the rest of the country doesn't do that too, because it's like the last hurrah before the winter months. And like here, they start in the middle of the month. They're back to school already. It's like, what? It's still summer.
Yeah.
Well, I don't understand it. And like I say, you got a big holiday coming up where people can go to things, because out there, you know, people went to the Jersey Shore and shit like that, or go out, you know, and that was the last big, you know, weekend in the, you know, like Atlantic City, Wildwood and stuff like that. That's the last big weekend in those areas. So that's when you went back to school afterwards.
Yeah. Sydney, are you still there?
I am.
Are you gonna be around later on tonight if you want to come in for another hangout? Because I'm gonna have another one tonight.
I should be, yeah.
Okay. How about you, Forbidden Thinker?
Probably. I'll probably be here later tonight.
That works, man. Because guys, I'm gonna have to go for now because I gotta go pick up some kids from school. I will see you guys later on tonight. You guys are more than welcome to come back if you want to.
Yeah, I'm going to stay here for a while if anybody else stays.
All right. If you guys want to stay in here, that's fine. I got to go, but I will talk to you guys later, okay?
All right, bye-bye.